Good morning from another day of hell. We're still stuck here. We don't know why, but I have a good friend with me, Marc, and I'd say he's a good friend because he understands me on a level that most people in my life seem to not be able to comprehend. So, spiritually, we are brothers.
Absolutely.
So, hi, Marc. How you doing?
Hi, how are you? I'm doing pretty good, Josh. Glad to be here.
Well, thanks for wanting to come on and chat with me. I don't
Not
know
a
where this
problem.
conversation is going to go, but I thought it'd be beneficial.
Well, it can go anywhere we want. I mean, like I said, the thing about it is we have that understanding between us. So wherever the conversation goes is where it will go, and I'm sure it'll be a good conversation to have.
Yeah. And just so you know, we are both bumbling idiots in this meat suit. So please give us some mercy. We're
Yeah.
just
Plus,
like you guys. Okay.
yeah. Plus, we're running off of very little sleep. I have not had an ounce of sleep last night. It was just really fucking crazy. But so I'm running off caffeine right now.
Same here, brother. Yeah, I could not go to sleep at all last night. Like I
Yeah.
was telling you, it was like a tug of war between like your body needing sleep, but your body not allowing you to sleep. So you're just
Right.
stuck in
Right.
the middle.
Right. There's
And that's
always a problem with these flesh bodies, right? There's always something you have to try to overcome and try to navigate through. It never lets you rest, ever.
exactly. Even when you need the rest, it says nope,
Exactly.
nope. We're gonna try to fuck with your day even more.
Yeah, and that goes into the whole thing of the body being like a flesh prison, you know?
Yeah, because we're enslaved to its desires, its impulses, and we're just left with, okay, how can I make the best of this shitty situation?
Right, right. And the thing about it is, even when you try your best to make to make the best of a shitty situation, it might go south because that's just how this world is. Especially when you are someone who is awake to the shit that's actually happening here in this world, and you know what it is and what it's about. It gets harder for you because you have that awareness. Like it's one thing to be unaware of everything happening, but once you really kick on and you have this broad understanding of the shit show that's actually happening in this world, in this created matrix of a universe, it gets worse because now you have to deal with that on top of everything else. So it's it's not a pleasant experience.
So I'm just confused here on why people want to call this thing the temple of God. Do you have any insights on that?
Yeah, that's just plumb stupidity from the religions. That's you can't really make any logical point to something like that because all it takes is an observant mind and an honest mind to look at the body, to look at the pain and the suffering that the body naturally produces, and you can clearly see if this is the so-called temple of God, it's not a good temple, and it serves a very evil and malevolent God. So why anybody would want to be attached to something that's naturally there to torture you is beyond insane to me.
Yeah, it's more of a prison of God. I mean, I don't know if you want to call us gods. I'm just saying like we are way more powerful than this fallen
Absolutely.
vessel, and it just entraps our consciousness.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the thing about it is when it comes to like religion and things like that, there's always an excuse to be made for this place, right? There's never anything too terrible that can happen. There's never anything too uh, awful or devastating that will awaken the deeply religious from their slumber. Um, I mean, I've had this conversation with people who've gone through serious illness, right? And at the end of it, I'm always baffled because they'll say, "Oh, well, God brought me through this, and oh, God did this, God healed me," and it's like, how can you possibly still have this mindset after everything you went through, after being abused while quote God watched you suffer like that and allowed you to continue to suffer? to feed off of your suffering, and you still have this mindset of bowing down and being a worshipful slave. It it mind boggles me.
Yeah, that's the trauma bond to this world and this so-called God, that they have to justify the suffering in order to make it make sense to them.
Right.
And it doesn't make any sense. I mean, people want to say it's a test, like God's testing you through all these sufferings to purify you, or some bullshit like that. But when you get off the indoctrination of it all and you see it for what it actually is, not what for you want to believe it is, like the truth of it, you see the horrible atrocity that has befallen humanity and even the animals themselves. I mean, everything in this fallen nature, uh, you have to be able to see it for what it is, not for what you want to believe it is.
Right. And that's another thing about those people who, I mean, even outside of religion, who worship nature, for example. um they can only do that because they don't get close enough to nature to actually observe it. They don't look under the stones and see all the little carcasses and dead bodies of the bugs and the animals who've been ripped apart, or who are suffering with some kind of a fungus or bacteria or parasite that happens. And it's just carnage. All of nature is carnage, and it was carnage from the beginning. There was no point ever where this world, this realm, was designed to be good. You cannot possibly make that point to me that something good and benevolent created this for a good cause. And I think the greatest proof of that is the very fact that animals have nervous systems, right? So these sentient creatures can feel pain, and yet they were designed in a way where they have to hunt and tear each other apart to continue living. Lions don't have a choice but to go after gazelles, and the gazelles have nervous systems that make them feel that pain. So if this was a benevolent creation, you wouldn't even have scenarios like that. There is no good thing that could possibly design a world where you have to have pain receptors to be the food of another being, and you feel that pain while you're being torn apart and devoured. That's not a good design. That's not a benevolent design.
Yeah, and we have some healing capabilities within the body itself, but let's just say, for example, that gazelle escapes and breaks its leg. Now that gazelle is going to have a broken leg for the rest of its life.
Right.
It's going to try to heal the best it can, but that's tremendous suffering that nothing in nature is going to come and say, "Hey, I'm going to come help you and put it back in place." They have to
Yeah.
just live with it.
Yep. And oftentimes they just end up being prey for something else later on, because animals, they really have the shit end of the stick. When you really look at nature and you watch the documentaries, the nature documentaries, and you see how these animals are often devoured. I mean, I seen one where a baby calf was just being eaten alive from tail end by a group of hyenas. I mean, it was still, a kid, like a little animal, but that was just born, but it was being torn apart immediately. Like, welcome to the world. You get to be eaten alive. Who would create something like that and then possibly say, "Oh, the creator is good"? It doesn't make any sense.
Right, and the weakest of them all gets preyed upon.
Yes, all the time, all the time, and that's in every scenario, whether it's humans or animals. The weakest always get preyed upon because it really is a predator prey type of game, and it was created that way. The world was at no point ever good. It was never a good creation. There is nothing redeemable about this world. That's why I say the only solution to this world is its destruction. You can't. There's nothing you can fix here. The foundation is rotted. It's just built on bad bones, and you have to get rid of the whole thing. That's the only solution.
But what about all the beauty? All the beauty. What do you think
Yeah,
about that?
yeah. That's the beauty. The beauty is there to be a anesthetic, right? It's there to numb the pain. It's there to drug you up a little bit. That's why people always say, "Well, what about the good things in life?" Well, if you really want to look at it, the good things in life are there to help you cope. It's there to make you forget about what's actually happening around you. And the analogy I like to use is think of a abusive spouse, right? Who beats his wife all the time. Every day he beats his wife. But sometimes he takes a break and he throws her some flowers and chocolate. And then in the moment where she's enjoying the chocolate, she says, "Oh, I love you. I'm so thankful for this." And then the next day the beatings continue. That's pretty much what life is doing with these good things and these beautiful things. Those are the chocolates and the flowers thrown in like a bone thrown at a dog, you know, and it's just taken as being a beautiful thing. It's really not.
Yeah, it's like God saying, "I'm so sorry for your suffering. Here's this little trinket that's going to make you um, fulfill a desire within you that you have no control over and that you need fulfilled because I created it that way. But here's this little thing that's not going to last." And then you're like,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, God's so great. I got a good paying job. I'm a slave."
Yeah, exactly, exactly. This
Yeah,
this
I'll
whole this
go
whole
ahead.
thing is just a bad joke.
Yeah, I was watching. I was rewatching some of your videos this morning and last night, and they're just full of such great insight. And you had one about coping and how coping isn't necessarily a bad thing because we're in a shitty situation, and people want to blame people for their copes, and they're just trying to relieve that gnawing suffering that is unrelenting. And
Right.
I found that so compassionate. Like, even let's say like the worst drug addict you can imagine, like you can't even imagine the hell they're going through.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
it's not right or justified to say, oh well, that they're choosing to do drugs, they're choosing to ruin their life. I mean, that's just sick to me.
It is, and and the only people who can make those arguments are those who have no real awareness in them to begin with. Because if you have empathy on any level, you can understand why a person would go that route. You can understand what motivates people to these behaviors. Not to say that necessarily the behaviors are um, great. I mean, but then again, who's to say that's any of our business to determine that for that individual? But what we can say is we understand the factors that would lead to something like that. And being alive here in this world and suffering constantly has taught me to be very observant about why people do the things they do and try to understand it from a different perspective of they're in pain and they're trying to ease this pain, because everything here suffers. I don't care if you're rich, I don't care if you're poor, you're going to suffer at some point. And the whole my whole issue with this world was that the suffering is endless. There is no cap to where you can hurt too much and then it'll stop. Whereas pleasure, on the other hand, you get that, but then it only lasts for so long, or it's very little in comparison to the pain.
Right. And all the happiness or pleasure that you do think you receive out of life, it's gone in an instant. In an instant,
Exactly.
it's gone. But that suffering always remains relentlessly until you get
Yep.
your next fix. You distract yourself. You're out of That's why entertainment and fantasy and things like that are so appealing to people because they want to escape.
Yep.
They don't
Very
want
true.
to have to deal with this.
I mean, the fact that people would rather live their lives in virtual video games is all the proof that you really need to how shitty and bad life is. I mean, I seen this stuff. Well, I can't even really say I've seen, because my whole life has been pretty much marked with suffering, like nonstop. Even when I was a child, just going through shit after shit after shit. So I had the unfortunate opportunity to see it all very early, and it doesn't get better. I mean, I hate to say it, but it really doesn't. Once you really understand this place, uh, it's over. Like blissfully ignorant, he said in one of his videos. You know, once you see this, there's no going back to happy, happy la la land. You're pretty much in it. You know, you can't deny it once you see it.
Yeah, and the nostalgia of a past, your past. is another chain that binds you to that suffering even more, because you want to return to the past where you were ignorant.
Right.
And once you're aware and awake, that will never happen again because you were in ignorance. Nothing's ever
Exactly.
going to feel the same again.
Yeah, and that ignorance is only very temporary. Very temporary, because what life will do is you will have that moment where you can say, okay, I have a breather, but then you get hit with years of trouble, years of suffering, years of pain, and all of a sudden that ignorance doesn't mean anything anymore. So it really is just a blip. You only have a little bit of time where you can be somewhat comfortable here, but everything that lives and grows is going to suffer tremendously. Everything.
So why can't it be the other way around?
That would be
Like, why does it have to be
that would
this
be too
way?
nice.
You're saying like this all-powerful, all-loving creator God, if you believe in that, anyone watching this believes in that, why can't it be the other way around?
Right, right. And that's what gets me. Like, the amount of worship that this entity or entities receive for being a supposedly good creator, when everything in this creation says otherwise. Everything is hostility. Everything is uncomfortable. Everything is hungry. Everything is in a state of hostility. And so it just, it's insane for me to believe that people genuinely think there is some good ambition for this place, that there is some good reason for this to exist. There isn't.
Well, life would just call us losers, and we don't understand the meaning, and we don't have any action to try to make the world a better place.
Yeah, losers. And the funny thing about that is who's winning exactly, and how do you define winning? Because the thing about it is, people think that winning is having more resources. That's just having shit to sustain your prison. That's all it is. It's about having money, more resources, more power, and all that is doing is sustaining your shell. And well, truth be told, people who think like that likely don't really have any awareness in them anyway, so they really wouldn't care. I mean, they genuinely don't care about higher things on any level of reality. So to them, it doesn't matter. But for us, this is a losing game from the start. Just being in flesh is a losing game. The moment you were born, you lost. The moment you came into this world, you lost because you're in flesh and you can't get out of it with an act of your own will. I mean, you could, but I'm making the point that you can't just snap your fingers and will yourself out of here.
A lot of people don't realize that this so-called flesh that you inhabit, every part of that is edible.
Yeah, every
Like
part.
something could consume you. Like, what kind of fucked up design is that?
Exactly. I mean, look at flesh eating bacteria, for example. You can't even see it. You can't. And that's another thing about this place. It's so filled to the brim with threats. And a lot of the threats you don't even see. You can't even see on a microscopic level the horror that is actually happening here. And I think if people were to have their eyes open and that veil removed where they could actually see what was really going on, they would see a world full of horrific consumption. Everything is being consumed slowly by something else. It's a very parasitic, deeply disturbing reality, this place.
Here's what I see. I see a lot of the programming and media is, look at all these atrocities that humans are capable of, and you see it all in the news, and you have all these, wars and people doing horrific things, and it takes you away from the nature of reality itself, and it offloads it to something outside of it. Like, it's not nature's fault, it's these other things going on,
Right.
when in actuality it is the design itself. Like, it stops you from looking at the body you're in in the situation you're in and saying, oh, well, it's not as bad as that, so I'm having a good life.
Mm-hmm. And all of that is just the drugs being pumped into the veins to keep you numb, to keep you dumbed down from realizing your real state. Because anybody who realizes their true state in the flesh, they're going to see this place and go, "Oh fuck, this is terrible." It reminds me of a passage from one of the Gospels that were taken out the Bible. I think the Gospel of Thomas, where Jesus says, when you see the truth, you will be disturbed at the knowledge, and it's true. And there is a passage in there where he says, those who see the world will only see a corpse, and those who see a corpse are not worthy of being in the world. They shouldn't even be here once you have that realization, because at that point you see it for what it is. It's a corpse. This whole nature, this world, this reality, it's a corpse. It's a rotting corpse that cannibalizes itself.
It's very true. Yeah. I think that's what we've all become aware of. And I mean, once you're aware of it, it's like, what is the actual point in
Right.
being here? Like, why do we want to be subjected to this horse existence? And we're left with no answers. We're left with no way to get out. It's just like you either have to make the best of it, or suffer in ideation about how to leave.
Right. And sometimes it's both.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you right now that I think about getting out of here every single day of my fucking life. I look at this place and I'm just so disgusted. Just dealing with the body and having to maintain the body and worry about the shit that comes with that, and the problems and the suffering, not only of my body, but then seeing the suffering of other people go through diseases and things like that, who are close to me or who have to deal with their own issues. It's just, the whole thing is so fucking ugly and filthy. And every day I'm always wondering, when am I going to pull the plug? Because I know it's coming. I know it's coming. I don't intend on being here 50 plus years. I'm not doing it. I can't.
So tell me your thoughts about, okay, if you were to pull the plug, these creators are going to be angry with you and they're going to send you back. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't think they're as powerful as they like to portray themselves. And I think that oftentimes people who say things like that say it for two reasons. One, they're afraid of death. And so they believe that everybody else has to be afraid of death with them. So what they like to do is try to use fear tactics to keep people in the state of fear of what if, what if, what if, what if. But they never talk about what about now? What is now? What is now? What's happening now? And what's happening now is this realm, this reality is full of suffering and pointless toil, and it was not created for our benefit. So what we do from there is we learn to evolve within ourselves spiritually. We learn that we are more powerful than what we give ourselves credit for on the spiritual level. These things, these archons, whatever you want to call them, angels, whatever you want to use for these entities, they are lower than us, and that's the gaffe of the century. People don't realize that these things are lower than us. They are not more powerful than we are. We have spiritual authority, and they have spent their entire design making sure humanity never understands that. Those of us who have that spiritual origin, they've been just trying to dumb us down throughout the centuries to make us forget just how powerful we really are. Because truth be told, we are primordial. We exist before they were even a thought.
Beautifully said. Here are some accessible ways to die according to these creators and society at large: car wreck, cancer, murder, being eaten alive by an animal. I mean, I'm sure you can add many more. But basically, the only way to to leave this world that is acceptable to this world is for you to suffer while going. Even if you do self-exit, you still have
Yeah.
to suffer through that as well. That is the only acceptable way in their eyes. Your life has to be taken by us in a
Right.
horrific way. That is the only acceptable way. And if you start talking about, well, what if I want to leave peacefully? No, that is wrong. That's bad. How dare you?
Yeah. And not only that, if you want to leave that way and you speak up about trying to get that solution passed, like a figure that I really admire is Dr. Kevorkian. Dr. Kevorkian was the first doctor, I think, in the United States who tried to get euthanasia legalized. And the archonic slaves, the slaves of the creators of this world, shut him down before he was able to do it. They foiled his plan. It didn't work. But that was the case that he was trying to make. We should have the ability to decide for ourselves to exit these bodies when we want. It's our lives, and we shouldn't have to suffer to the very bitter end. I think the greatest act of spiritual rebellion ultimately uh, can come from those who decide to end their lives on their own terms, with their willful intention being, I'm going to get out of this. I'm going to take my destiny into my own hands, and I'm going to be a spiritual sovereign being who is utilizing that spiritual power that I have within me to say, I'm not doing this anymore. And it's my full right to do so.
Right. And you didn't have consent into coming here, and they don't want you to have consent in leaving here.
Right.
Isn't that messed up?
It is. It's almost like a perfect cage, the way this stuff is set up. And then to make it worse, they give you all of these emotional attachments, right? These attachments to people, and they force you to build bonds with people. So even when you do think about exiting, you always have that thing in the back of your mind. Oh, how are they going to feel? Or that's the first thing they'll use against you. Oh, but you'll hurt grandma, or you'll hurt somebody close to you by leaving. And it's all there to make you suffer more. It's just manipulation on the highest levels.
Exactly. No matter what you do, it's never going to be good enough. Someone's
Right.
always going to suffer, and that's just despicable to me.
Yeah.
So my idea is for when I choose to do this, whenever that may be. And by the way, I'm not advocating this for anyone. I'm just saying for me, I would let everyone know who I care about. Hey, I'm doing this thing because this and this. I know you're going to disagree with it. That's okay. But I believe that I'm much more than this fallen vessel. My life does not end here. My life here actually ends, because this isn't life. My life truly begins when I'm free of all this bullshit. And
Yeah.
if you can't understand that, I'm sorry. And I I want to go in a peaceful, beautiful way that's not horrific to people who, see me. But this
Right.
world refuses to give you a viable option to do that.
Exactly. They've closed all the doors for you to really have that kind of an option. I mean, they haven't closed them all. You can still find ways to exit this place relatively painlessly. Uh, there are methods you can use, and the thing about it is they try to make those avenues hard as possible to access. That's why even when you do a little Google search, they'll say, "Oh, here's the suicide prevention hotline," the hotline number, and that's just a funny thing to me. It's like they really try so hard to keep all the slaves here and in check and accounted for. They are fighting very hard to keep us in these bodies, which says to me that they're afraid of us getting out, especially if you have the awareness that you do about how this game has been ran, and the lies and manipulation being played out against us. They're afraid of that, so they're trying to keep us in these bodies for a reason. They don't want us to leave.
Yeah, that's obvious. a lot of people think that they're trying to kill us. Okay, they're not trying to kill us, so to say. They're trying to dumb us down and poison us and keep us at a low level of consciousness so that when we do die, we're just swept away with the confusion of it all, not knowing anything about anything.
Right.
And then we're perfect little slaves once we're out of here.
Exactly. And that's especially true for all the religious folks because they're already following the program. I mean, these religions are they're the control switch in the masses because if you can follow the religion, they've got you. Any of them, especially the Abrahamic religions. You are worshiping your slave master in those religions. And so the more you follow them, the easier it is for them to manipulate you to get you back into this shitty system of theirs. So that's the key. Really, one of the greatest keys that can be used is breaking free from religious indoctrination. Do that immediately. Do it immediately because the longer you are hooked up to these religions, the easier it is for you to be manipulated, especially with fear tactics.
Yeah, and they want to offload all the blame onto Satan or, Lucifer or some other entity, whereas they're just the same good cop, bad cop playing you the whole time.
Yep. I mean, even the Bible, in Isaiah, God admits that He created evil. He just bluntly says it in the book of Isaiah. It says, I create the light, I form the light, I create darkness, I make peace and create evil. And it says, I, the Lord, do all these things. So it's telling you right there, God is the one who created evil. But you can't say that because it's blasphemous to say that. You can't. It's all man's fault. And the one that they love to use is, but if we didn't eat the apple in the garden, who is we? What are you talking
we weren't
about?
there.
We, we weren't there. So now you have this thing of God punishing an entire species for the action of supposedly two people. Come on, it doesn't even make sense. The whole thing is a guilt trip.
Exactly. It's like saying, well, since your father did this wrong thing, we're going to let you have the consequences of that action. You're like, I wasn't even there.
Right.
I didn't consent to being here in the first place. Like, why is it my fault?
Exactly. And it's also taking your eyes off of the manufacturer. Like if this was a plant and it was creating bad products, you wouldn't blame the product for being bad. You would look at the person who's creating the product and you would say, what's the matter with this? What happened? But with humanity being so entrenched in these religions, it's the opposite. You have the products blaming themselves for being bad products. And meanwhile, the producer is sitting there laughing at how stupid the products are, that they blame themselves rather than seeing the origin of their faults, which lies directly in said creator. I mean, whatever created these vessels, these bodies, all the evil, all the pain, all the sorrow and horror that happens with it, it was all planned. The criminals, the people who are prey to their crimes, it was all planned. It's pre-scripted.
Yeah. So I have a question. So I've heard a lot of people who aren't, I guess it's hard to put these terms into words because we're so limited here, but like just spirituality in general. So people who aren't connected to that source, not like the source, but like your see, I can't even describe it, but you know what I mean.
Right.
They think that what we're talking about is just another religious concept or a cope to deal with existence here. So what is your opinion on that?
Well, the thing about copes is copes are designed to make you feel good. So that's out the question anyway, because none of this feels good. I mean, the truth doesn't feel good. The truth is not a comforting thing. It's something that hurts. It's something that makes you question everything. And the more you learn, the more sometimes you wish you didn't know, but it's necessary to know. So no, I don't think it's a cope. Copes are there to make you feel good. It's the opposite. It's you realizing the game that's been ran over humanity's minds for centuries. and you realizing the truth of why we are here, what we are here doing, and what this world is really about. So no, it's not a cope. It's coming to the awareness of what's actually happening so you can figure out what to do next.
So how is what we're discussing, how is it different than religion? And like, because we can't see it necessarily. So what makes this different, in your opinion?
Uh, well, see, the thing about religion is you have to look at the tenets. Like all the tenets of religion are about worship and about obedience to the gods. So it's not religious in any sense of the word, because religion is about, again, obedience to the gods, obedience to the religious moral laws, whereas spirituality is about you awakening yourself, you realizing the inner knowledge, and trying to elevate yourself out of this place. So it's not doctrine, whereas religion is just pure doctrine. It's pure, do what we say, believe what we believe, and you'll be fine. That's religion. And spirituality a lot of times is about you also finding things out for yourself. It's about self exploration, like um, your coming to beliefs through what you've experienced, rather than just being told what to believe with no proof.
Well put. Yeah. So how I know for certain is I've transcended, I mean, not fully, but I've transcended the knowledge of I am more than my body.
Yeah,
I am more than my body. I've realized that my body is just a bunch of biological programs that I have to override in order to get any semblance of free will, which I still don't have while I'm here.
right.
And I've
Yeah,
had I've had so-called supernatural experiences as well, and even like in dream states, lucid dreaming, astral projection, you come to find out that you don't need this fucked up vehicle to experience things.
exactly. Exactly. The body is a mechanical suit. That's all it is. It's a suit that serves as a prison and a torture device. Um, it's programmed. It's pre-programmed. It runs like a machine, because that's really what it is. It's a hardwired machine, and so that's why people think it's just nonsense to talk anything on a spiritual level, because all they know is the body. But if once you realize you are not the body, then you can begin to work out what's really happening. But so long as you identify with the body, that makes things a lot harder.
Yeah, and I've been realizing, ever since coming to this knowledge, I mean, over many years, that I'm in constant warfare with my body,
Yeah,
doing things that it wants to do rather than what I want to do. And you always have to be feeding its desires just to be able to barely function.
exactly.
And if you can't see that as the shackle that it is, then I mean, it's you just can't really explain things to people. They just have to come to this awareness themselves.
Right. And there's always that separation between the two, because even in some of the Gnostic text, and even in some Christian passages of the Bible, where it talks about how the body and the spirit are constantly at odds with each other. The one rejects the other. So the body has these desires, it has these things that it wants to do. And sometimes we feel guilty, we feel horrible about the things that we do in our bodies. But you have to realize that it's the body doing these things. It's not you doing them. It's your body doing a preset, pre-coded action, and it's trying to get you to feel guilty and identify with it. The ancient Egyptians had this thing called the negative confessions, where they would say what they did not do, like I have not done this or I have not done that. And what they were saying is their spirits did not do these things, but their bodies did. So there is a distinction to be made. You can, yes, the body does these horrible things, but the spirit is always innocent. The spirit is incorruptible. It is the truest alien most part of you that does not come from this universe. And it is perfect. It is incorruptible. No matter how many things the captors try to put your body to do, your spirit is incorruptible. And so once you realize that the spirit is greater than the body, and the body uh, cannot corrupt the spirit, it makes things a little easier.
Yeah, and isn't that the perfect gaslighting method? Is to stuff you into this flesh in this fallen state, and then blame you for it, for the
Right,
body's desires that you had no control over.
right. And the funniest thing is, it's not even you. it's, it's this thing that's pre-programmed to carry out all these actions just so they can say, oh, you were a sinful person, you have bad karma, which is a joke, by the way. Karma and sin are gaslighting tactics. Full stop. They don't really exist. Because who are you sinning against, quote unquote? There is no good God out there to sin against. There isn't. There is no good holy Lord who's been offended. All that's happening is these entities are using these religions to, again, brainwash people and to use them as gaslighting tactics. Because if you believe you are a sinner, you are a wretch, or you are someone who has done horrible, terrible things and you must suffer, then you've given them everything they need from you. You've given them your unconscious consent to blame you, to guilt you, and to do whatever they want because you feel that you are responsible. When in reality, it's just the machine doing the machine things, but the spirit remains incorruptible. The, the flesh is not the spirit, and the spirit is not the flesh. They are separate.
Exactly. And there may be, I mean, there obviously is people in our lives that have been abusive, and you know, I don't necessarily put the full blame on these people. I put the full blame on the creators of allowing this to happen. You know, I don't want people to be abusive to anybody, but I'm saying
Right.
I'm not putting the full blame on them. Yeah, what they did wasn't justifiable, but they want you to put the blame on their creation rather than the creator.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why I say, even the criminals and those who are uh, who are predators and things like this, where did those impulses come from? Because they didn't just start with them. Those impulses came from something else that influenced them to be that way. And a lot of times, even in biology, you can look at certain gene patterns and you can determine a person's behaviors and behavioral methods just looking at their genes and looking at their family history. Oh, you had a great grandfather who was alcoholic. No surprise that you're also an alcoholic, or you have these predispositions towards certain acts because of genetic lineage. So, while it's easy to say, yeah, blame the person doing the action, and I understand why we would feel that way, but when you look deeper at the situation, you see that these are all pre-programmed actions scripted by the creators and the enslavers of this prison, and it's just a part of their programming. It's a part of this sick, sinister joke. But both predator and prey are victims ultimately.
Let's just think of a hypothetical situation where everyone had their needs met and they didn't need or desire anything outside of themselves. Do you think there would be any evil in the world?
If they had everything that they needed for themselves, you said.
Yeah, just a hypothetical world where no one needed anything. They would evil itself be as rampant as it is?
I don't think so. I don't think it would be, but just knowing the nature of this place being a cage, that's a problem. So long as anybody is here against their will, regardless of how nice or utopian it might be, so long as you are somewhere where you can't leave, with your free will, it's a prison, you know? But I do think that if that were the case, we would definitely see a lot of a decrease in all the horror and terror that happens on a daily basis. Because a lot of times people do things out of their needs, you know, out of their deficiencies. So if those deficiencies were met and were taken care of, yeah, there naturally there wouldn't be so much suffering in the world, naturally. But unfortunately, this world is not like that. There's always going to be needs and wants and people to experience those deficiencies.
Yeah, it's a sick cycle because when you see in nature, you see an animal eating another animal, and you're like, wow, how gruesome is that? But that animal is only trying to fulfill its need of hunger, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's
So
just
I can't really blame the animal for trying to fulfill its need and its programming, but at the same time, I can still realize it's horrific and it's not acceptable.
exactly. That's the key to it. Not accepting this, not trying to justify it, because it can't be justified. There is nothing anyone could say to me that would possibly justify the thousands upon thousands of years of absolute misery that have been going on from humans to animals, and that just continue in a constant cycle. This place is circus of pain, a circus of pain and misery, and it affects everything. So that's why I say, people look at me like I'm extreme when I say it, but this whole world needs to be baptized in fire.
Yeah.
Just burn everything to ashes, leave nothing. That's the only solution for a world like this. Although I would go further, I'm anti-cosmic. I consider myself an anti-cosmic Gnostic. I believe this entire universe needs to be done away with. The whole thing, everything that was created to sustain and function in this prison needs to be destroyed. It needs to be left and destroyed. That's why I think the main goal that any spiritual being can have in this world is to get the fuck out of here and eventually destroy this place.
Totally agree with you. So I know it's a hard question to answer, but how the hell do we do this?
Yeah, and that is definitely the hardest. That's the hard thing for sure. Because there is no real solid one way. But also that's a good thing about it, because that leaves room for us to be creative, right? So if there was just one way to do it, well, each of us might not have that access to achieve that one way. So I think there are multiple ways of getting out of here. Destroying it, I don't know about that yet. I wish I had an answer. Uh, but I think that eventually, and this might be me just hoping, but I don't think so. I think that this place is on a ticker. And I think that it will eventually be destroyed or dissolved. I mean, even in some of the Gnostic texts, it talks about this world, this creation being destroyed. And how that happens, I'm not really sure, but I do believe that we can get out of here. We can transcend our limitations and leave this place. I do believe that we are not hopelessly stuck here. We can leave.
I truly hope that is true, because I do feel that within myself, even though I have no evidence of that. I do feel that. So what happens to the people who, I mean, not people, but the entities or whoever you want to call who orchestrated this? How do we stop this from ever happening again?
And that's the key point. I think if they can't be destroyed, then they have to be contained. They have to be prevented from doing this ever again. And what that looks like, I'm not necessarily sure, but I know those are really the only two options: either complete annihilation of being, or their total confinement or restriction. It can't be allowed to happen again. I believe this entire thing was a mistake, actually. I mean, even if you look at the older Gnostic text, it talks about a cosmic mistake that happened that shouldn't have happened, but it did. So this whole universe is a cosmic fuck up. It was a mistake that went bad and it was never corrected. It should have been, but it wasn't. And unfortunately, we're here inside of it trying to pick up the pieces. But all the mythologies really talk about this, how in the beginning there was this conflict between the forces of chaos, which symbolize the true state, because chaos not in the word meaning anything bad necessarily, just necessarily a state of not being ordered. Think of it that way, a state of non-creation, chaos. That what came before creation. That was there before creation even started. So in the myths, you had the gods who represented creation, who originally did come from chaos. They came out of that chaos themselves. And what happened was they broke away from that and decided to create this material prison. And somehow or another, they either stole or tricked us into coming into this place to sustain it for them. I mean, the Sumerians, in their mythology, they say that the gods created human beings as slaves. So the whole thing is, it's just a spiritual war necessarily. We are in the spiritual conflict at the end of the day, and we're trying to do what we can to piece the pieces together, you know.
And that's a hell of a job to do down here with
It
all the
is.
deception that that's forced upon us. And yeah, I've never been okay. Okay, let's just say that we're out of this place. I will never be at peace knowing this place still exists, though.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I've always come back to. Okay, I escape, I'm out, but I know there are countless others suffering that has no purpose.
All right.
And I'm just supposed to enjoy my freedom. I don't. That doesn't jive with me.
All right. And you know, I've been thinking about that very thought today actually, and I don't know, maybe it's just me thinking too deeply about it. But what came to mind was, what if the reason that we haven't had anyone help is because maybe once you get out of here, it's too dangerous to come back and try to help. I mean, I think maybe there could be a possibility of that self-preservation, in the sense of maybe there isn't very much that can be done for this place once we leave at the moment. I mean, even the Gnostics, you know, they were obsessed with getting out of the world, but they didn't really have a plan on destroying it. You know, I don't think that they ever even thought about that. You know, they just left it to whatever to be the force to do that, but it was always about getting out of here. And
Do you think that hypothetically maybe some of us came back to help, or do you think that's all bullshit?
yeah, that's a difficult one. It might be possible that some spirits who were bold enough and who were more courageous did possibly come back to help. But the problem with that scenario is, how can you help if you don't remember anything? You see, so that becomes a problem in of itself, because you can only help somebody if you know what the problem is, and you can only help them if you know what the solution is. So if you don't know the problem and you don't know the solution, how could you necessarily help anybody? You see. So the problem with the whole thing of them coming back to help us, you would either have to be lucid the entire time, or you would have to be profoundly spiritually lucky to recall all the information you need to make that possible. And I don't see how that's something, but it could be.
You know, here's why I say this. It's because whether you know it or not, you have helped me tremendously, and I'm sure you've helped a lot of other people tremendously get to the state of awareness, whereas they may not have been able to if they didn't come across your words. And I'm not saying you should come back or you need to come back. All I'm saying is, that's why I brought that up, is because whether you know it or not, you have helped so many people come to this level of awareness.
And likewise, I mean, that's why I love your channel so much, and why I immediately subscribed to you when I found your channel. It was completely coincidental. I didn't even I didn't even know who you were until I seen that one video that randomly popped up on my feed, and I gave it a listen, and I was just immediately in awe of the things you were saying and how you were saying it so clearly. I really admired that. So I think a lot of us are here to kind of light the way, so to speak. And maybe the things that we leave behind are going to be instrumental for those who come after us who are looking for the way. So I think we all play an essential part in that. All of us play some part in that work. I do believe that. Absolutely. I believe that 100%. We
But
are trailblazers in a spiritual sense.
and everyone listening, you are also a trailblazer because you have this information, and we're no one special. Like we're just like you, just so you know.
Right. Right. Exactly. I mean, this is not a hierarchical thing. Like, and that's another thing about how this isn't a religion. Religions are all about hierarchy. You have leaders and authority figures in religion, whereas spirituality, true spirituality geared towards getting out of this insane, hellish matrix realm, there is no leadership for you to follow. There is no pope you have to bow down and kiss. There is no preacher you must absolutely listen to. It's all about finding yourself, not listening to what someone has to say over another person, but finding yourself and listening to your own spirit. Because I believe that our spirits know the way, even though our flesh may not know the words to say, or we might not have the best ideas. But I believe that in our spirits, which are primordial, we have the way. We just have to listen to ourselves and find it within ourselves. But it's there. All of us can achieve this. You don't. You we're not any more special than anybody else. We're all in this path together, trying to get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember when I first came across your videos. I think Nonconformist Radio shared a video of yours. I've never heard of your channel before, even though you had posted a lot. But the first one I listened to, I was like, "Damn! Like I understand this on a level that I can't even describe." It's just like the gnosis within you hears the truth
Yeah,
without being able to describe it to other people. It's like you just know it.
exactly. You put that perfectly. It's like a kind of connection that kicks on, right? Like when you hear it from somebody else, it's like, oh, he knows or he gets it. And then it's like your spirit bears witness that what they're saying is true. Like you're listening to the truth from another spirit. Because ultimately I believe that all of us on this path have the same spiritual origin. We might not be the same people, we might not have the same course of life in this matrix, and we've all been separated craftily. I think that was done on purpose, why there are so few of us and we aren't able to really meet each other, or we might not ever meet each other here. But I believe that when we come in contact over the internet and we find each other, we listen to the words that we say, and our spirit lights up and says, that's it, that's the truth, X there, because we are ultimately from the same spiritual essence.
Yeah, and it connects us in a way that is indescribable. And your whole life you're around people who you don't connect with at all.
At
And
all,
then
even
you
your
hear
family.
someone speaking in a way you understand that has never happened before, and it's like a spiritual bond that you share with that person now, even though you've never met them.
Exactly. Exactly. It's a deeper level of connection
Yeah, and
because you
that's why I can call you my friend and brother, because I know we are connected.
we absolutely are. We are absolutely. We are definitely spiritual brothers and friends. We are that because there are so few of us here in this realm to begin with. How many spirits are actually here and aware of this and are trying to leave, you know. So when you find someone like that who spiritually understands you because they are of the same spiritual essence as you, it is very special. It's very special. I don't take it lightly because in our waking lives, we probably don't have anybody we can talk to about this stuff. Anybody.
Right, and this is true therapy for battered, damaged spirits, because we
Absolutely.
are actually speaking the truth. We're not trying to gaslight you.
Right. Exactly. And it doesn't come with any tricks on our part. You know, there's nothing that could be benefited from by deceiving people. It's about recognizing the spiritual task that we have and getting out of this place. That's ultimately what it comes down to. We need to know where we are, and once we know where we are, we can finally leave. We can put in effort to make sure that we get out of here and never come back to this fucking place. That's what it's about. It's not about tricks or being like the pastors in the mega churches who are always asking for your money. You know? This is purely about liberation at the end of the day, spiritual liberation.
Yeah, we don't want your adoration. We don't want your worship. We don't want your money. We don't want your material goods.
None
This
of it.
actually feeds my spirit by being able to speak. And
Yes,
if it helps other people, that's great. But I don't want any sort of recognition or adoration from anyone.
exactly. And that's why, and that's another thing that kind of annoys me sometimes. And I hate to say that or hate to use that word, but speaking for myself, I really don't like when I perceive them putting me on too much of a pedestal because it kind of makes me uncomfortable. I've never been a type to want to be at the head of a charge, so to speak, right? I am just like everybody else, and we are all on the same spiritual path here, trying to get out of this shit show. And none of us are seeking to be put on a pedestal to be idols. We're all in it together. We're trying to get out of it together. It's a team effort.
Exactly. And that's why I started these live streams, because I want anyone and everyone to have the opportunity to speak and to share their ideas and thoughts, because I realize that I'm no better or worse than anybody listening to me.
Right.
And I'm trying to push you, not like in a forceful or like manipulative way, but I'm trying to awaken that spirit within you that you are capable of this as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The truth is there. You just have to be able to find it. And most of the time, and the best thing about this is the spirit is a teacher because you might not know where to always look, but the spirit will bring it to you. When that awareness kicks in, your spirit will teach you these things. And the reason I know that is because it happened to me. All of my life, for the most part, I had been a Christian because I was brought into a family of Christians. I was raised Christian, and I was very deeply into it for a very long time in my life. I was almost fundamentalist. You know, like some years ago, we would not be having this kind of conversation. I was an entirely different person back then. I was a complete God slave. But what happened to me was one day while I was at church, I got this sick feeling in my stomach and it would not go away. I just felt sick. And it would happen to me every time I would go to church. It would only happen when I went to church. I would get sick to my stomach. And eventually I stopped going to church. But during that time, I asked myself a lot of spiritual questions about this God of the Bible that we were presented to as being good. And I had my doubts already. And so the more I looked into it, I came across Gnosticism on a whim because I was already questioning the goodness of God and all these things. And from there, my spirit just led me to more and more truths that I had to rediscover. So it might seem daunting at first when you're stepping on this path, but when your spirit is awakened, it will lead you to the truth. Don't worry. The truth is already inside of you. It's a matter of just remembering it. Because ultimately, the things that our spirit teach us are things that we already knew, but we just have to have it consciously brought to our memory again.
Exactly. And I've gone through so much deception in my life and so much going the wrong way, so to say, but that led me to where I am. It's okay to mess up. It's okay to have the wrong ideas and um, be deceived into these things. I mean, it's not okay, but I'm saying within yourself, you have to explore and
Right.
be willing to be wrong about things,
Right.
but going that way anyways, just to explore it.
Exactly. Exactly, because the destination isn't always clear when you first start. It really is a journey. It's a spiritual journey of trying to piece together a very complicated puzzle. But as long as you're trying, as long as your spirit has that intention of liberation, of getting out of here and staying out, it's going to lead you to the right places where you can gather that information. For me, I started off with a little bit of Marcionism, looking into Marcion, who was a Christian theologian who believed that the God who created this world was evil. Of course, his position didn't win in major Christian theology, but he was a person who taught that. Then I went into Gnosticism, and then from there I went into anti-cosmic philosophy. So it's always a journey. It's always a progression.
Right. And, there's a spirit of truth and a spirit of deception. And I've experienced both of that in my life, and I can see it in other people.
Yeah.
And what I find is a key tell of the spirit of deception is it justifying any part of this. That, in my opinion, is the spirit of deception. That people will blindly believe and like, oh, okay, well, this is happening for a reason because I'm getting these spiritual downloads. And you see it in churches too. Like, those people think they're spiritually connected to something, but it's not of the spirit of truth.
Yeah, it's the slave master. They're connected to his spirit, to his essence.
Yeah. So I have people in my life who are very spiritual, and they have spiritual concepts, and I can tell that they are good people, so to say, and they're more spiritual than like the mundane NPCs of life. But that spiritual connection is deceiving them because it'll tell them to do the most wrong things, like believing in the media, or believing in like political candidates, or believing in like injections and things like that, where I'm
Right.
like, okay, that obviously is not, you're connected to something, but it's not of the truth.
Right. And that's always a telltale sign with that. And I'm glad you brought that up because that's something that has to be talked about as well. How people can distinguish between the rightful spirit, the true spiritual influence, and between the manipulation of the lying captor creators, right? So the thing that gives it away all the time is what's asking you for worship. If a being is requiring you to worship it, if you have to worship something outside of yourself, that's already a red flag. That's number one. If you are being asked or demanded to worship anything outside of yourself, automatic giveaway. Worship is a form of servitude and slavery and can never be asked from a benevolent being. No benevolent good being will want you to worship it. None. Another thing is any kind of religious or spiritual train of thought that gets you to praise this creation as being good. That's another thing. Creation was never good. It was never put together for a good cause. And those who seek union with creation are actually seeking union with their cage. So anything that praises the creator and praises the creation is a part of the lie. You have to get away from that. Those two are the greatest red flags. If you have to worship something outside of yourself, and if you have to praise the creation, because it's just a cage. You shouldn't praise a cage.
And that also coincides with even people in meat suits, like political candidates, or people who want you to come to them for the truth, or pastors, and it's all the same thing.
Yeah, because they're all systems of control.
It's
And
getting you to be a non-sovereign being and give your power away to something that has manipulated you into thinking it knows more and is higher than you, and doesn't want you to actually doesn't actually want to teach you. Because
right,
to me, teaching is like, I am teaching you this, but I don't want you to follow me. I want you to take it as your own and make even better than what I'm teaching you.
Exactly.
And God does not do that.
Right. And it doesn't want you to be free. It spends all this time deceiving you into giving away your power to something else. Oh, I have to pray. I have to worship God. I have to ask for help from God. I have to obey the authorities. I have to obey the government. I have to obey. It's all about obedience and worship. And anything that asks for your obedience and your worship is not there for your freedom.
I agree with that statement. Yeah. So, I lost the words here because the meat suit's not working properly.
I understand.
Is there anything on your mind you want to talk about, Mark? I mean, you've already talked about so much, but anything that you've been wanting to bring up or talk about?
I think we pretty much covered quite a bit of what I was thinking about.
So, okay, so with this information, I know you're not gonna have to answer for this, but like, what the hell are we supposed to do now? Like in our day-to-day life, like, how can we come to this knowing of the truth and how to navigate this place? Or is it just like, hey, this is it? Like the only option is leaving.
I would say just be aware of what's happening around you, be aware of what you're giving your attention to and what's demanding what from you. Again, anything that's demanding obedience, demanding worship is not there for your freedom. Concentrate on your spiritual sovereignty as much as you possibly can. I would say meditate, try to take time to get to know you, because a lot of times people don't do that. They give so much time away to all the outer distractions. They never really focus on themselves and delving inside themselves where the true spirit is. So I would say, spend some time alone with yourself and really meditate and try to get in sync with who you are, and just be aware of the lies out here. Be aware of anything that tries to control you and tries to manipulate you. Control and manipulation are always giveaways of enemy activity. So yeah, that's what I would say. That it helps.
Yeah, that's great, because about everyone you come across, realize that they don't truly know who they are.
Yeah.
And you can even say that about yourself. Like, I'm still figuring that out.
It's a learning process.
Exactly. It's going through that murky, confusing water of, this is who I thought I was, and the meat suit avatar, its desires, and separating yourself from that and the world itself and saying, who am I without all of these things?
Right.
What do I truly desire? What is free will to me?
Exactly. And that's the key. You have to ask that for yourself. You have to ask what you value. And if you value freedom, and if you value liberation, and if that's what your spirit longs for and desires, stay on the path. You will find it. I really do believe all of us are going to find our way out of this shit. I think we are wrapping up at a pivotal moment in time. And I think that somehow or some way, those of us who are trying to get out of here, who recognize we have to leave, we recognize our spiritual identity, we will find a way out. They cannot keep us here forever. They don't have that authority over us, and we shouldn't give them that authority.
That's a great point. And I know we talked about this before, but it feels like this place is speeding up faster and faster and faster into destruction, not of the world, but like it realizes there's this level of awareness that's forming, and it's in the process of trying to stomp it out.
Yeah, I think that's where the AI comes into view. I think that the AI progression, the AI agenda is about enslaving people permanently. Like they're already talking about transferring consciousness through neural link and other technologies into bodies that can exist even after you physically die. So they're already talking about it. They're putting together a plan to use transhumanism to trap people into this shit realm forever. And I think that the more people wake up to what's really going on, the faster they're going to try to accelerate this. And from what I know, they've been saying that 2030 is the year that they hope to have this thing set up to the point where it's going to be very difficult, if at all possible, to get out of. So it's the task ahead is hard. It's a hard task for us, but I think ultimately we're going to go ahead and make it out of here. I really do believe that. But be aware of the AI, be aware of transhumanism. If they tell you you have to take things to keep your job or something like that, you're going to have to ask yourself, is this job, is this survival in this physical flesh more important than my spiritual freedom? And I hopefully people will make the right decision if that ever comes down to it.
Because the answer for me is always never.
Right, because if they say to you, oh, you lose your job if you don't take this job, or if you don't take this chip or something, go with it, man, because guess what, you're gonna die anyway.
Exactly.
So what's the point of trying to survive long here anyway? If they say you're gonna either starve to death or be a part of our digital servitude slave realm, starve to death. It's better for you that way.
Exactly. And that's another thing, like coping itself and comforts of this life. You have to realize that it is just a manipulation to get you to do what they want you to do.
That's
to stay
right.
Here. And if they start taking those away from you, you're going to kick and scream and like want them back. So you're going to do whatever that takes to get them back.
That's right. Exactly. And if you care that deeply about those comforts, you're going to fold. So that's why I say you have to spend time learning yourself. You have to spend time making sure that you really desire your freedom. You have to be sure of that. You have to know it. You have to truly want that freedom, because they're going to put pressure on you to stay around and to obey their laws and to be a part of their AI agenda. And if you are attached to your comforts in such a way that you can't separate yourself from them, you might fold and you might give in to their temptation and enter in a digital servitude. You don't want that to happen. So I would say really go within yourself, explore your spiritual power that you have within you, and really hone in on that. Don't give up your freedom. That's the best thing I can say. Don't give up your freedom.
Give me liberty or death.
And choose death when it comes to it. Because death is better than the loss of liberty. And I really do believe that with this technology, they are moving toward pushing people to make that choice, to choose between death or endless digital enslavement. That's the plan for humanity. They're pushing towards it.
Yes, and they know your psychology so well that they know exactly what makes you tick and what makes you triggered and all that kind of stuff. So they know exactly how you think and your reaction to things. And so you have to realize that the fear of death itself, they know that is a fear within you, and it's part of your body as well. So overriding that, doing all you can to override the fear of death is a key thing to do while you're here, because this is death.
Absolutely.
And it's scary not knowing what's going to happen, but it's scary staying here knowing what's going to happen. You know what I mean?
Exactly. We have what is in front of us right now. And if you look at what's happening right now in front of us, the better alternative is to get out of here. Ultimately, it's to lose the chain of fear, because the fear of death is very much so an effective method that they use to control the masses, and that they want to continue to use against people. They did it in 2020 with all the things that happened with that, and how they used the fear of death to get people to mass comply into further enslavement. So once you lose the fear of death, you become very powerful in a spiritual way. You become You become someone who has nothing left to lose. And that's a very big threat to their system. They want you to have fear of losing. But once you lose the fear of not having your comforts, not having um, your animal pleasures met for the sake of your freedom, they can't control you anymore.
Exactly. And I'm sorry to say that no one is free here, even with all the comforts of this life. I mean, to me, you're more of a
Exactly.
slave in that sense, because you're putting so much emphasis on it and trying to save it
Correct. I mean,
rather
look
than
at look
letting it go.
exactly. I mean, look at the lives that people have now. What are we working for? What is work accomplishing other than providing your slave comforts, the comforts of the body, the needs of the body? But if you ever lose those desires to sustain those needs and comforts, you become a dangerous threat. But at the same time, you move closer to achieving your ultimate freedom. They like it's like a carrot on a stick scenario, you know. They're dangling money and pleasures and comforts as a way to keep you, you know, on the treadmill. And none of that stuff never satisfies you anyway. That's the trick. It never satisfies you anyway. It's just there to keep you in the meat suit.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, for me, in 2020, I was prepared to lose everything,
Yeah,
because I was already at that level of awareness that take it, take it. I have nothing to
yep,
lose, honestly.
exactly. Because I'm not going to submit my body to you people so I can be used as cattle and be further made a slave. I would rather die.
Yeah, and another fear is, okay, you get over the fear of death, right? But what about the suffering that goes along with that death? That's the thing that I am still working on. The
Yeah,
suffering, however it's going to happen. I mean, someone could just kidnap you and torture you to death. Like that, to me, that's real fear, because I don't want to go through that.
that's true. That's true.
But
Uh,
it's worth it.
yeah, because well, if you think about it, and the way I think about it in terms of that, because there is going to be pain at death more than likely for all of us, unless you have euthanasia or something like that. But put it into perspective. What is that little bit of suffering in comparison to the years and decades that you have suffered? You've suffered for decades and for years on top of years and suffered and endured it. So, what is a few minutes of a little bit more suffering if it's going to get you out of it? You know,
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, every moment here is suffering to me. Even the
every
most mundane things are, it's sufferable to my spirit.
exactly, exactly. The longer we are in this flesh, the worse things get. The spirit is constantly tormented in these flesh prisons. So, once we have the power and we actively choose to liberate ourselves from this prison in our spiritual authority, we can move from there. But the body itself is always going to be a slave. It's always going to be a thing of control, subjugation, and enslavement because it has its needs and wants, and it's never satisfied. I
Just
mean, you're
fleeting pleasures.
right. I mean, and your own body tortures you eventually. It tortures you. Like you get old and you develop all these sicknesses, you get arthritis and things like that. These things come naturally. Why? Because the body is a torture chamber for the spirit. The body antagonizes the spirit. And so long as we're in these bodies, we suffer.
My spirit is naturally joyful and peaceful, but throughout the entirety of my life, there's been this force that is basically stomping me into the ground. If I were to be relieved of that boot, I would be joyful and peaceful. And that's something that we have to realize, that we're not depressed. We're
Right.
being forced into this position.
Exactly. We're having a response to a very traumatic event happening, which is this life in this cage. It's very traumatic. I mean, even if you look at the way that we come into this hell realm, it's a traumatic thing. I mean, looking at birth videos, it's disgusting. You were born between piss and feces and blood, and your head is being squeezed by the vaginal canal. It's you come into the world already traumatized. It's a traumatizing, disgusting thing. And from there, it just continues on until eventually you leave the body. But the key is to make sure that when you do leave the body, that you have your spiritual awareness to stand in your awareness and make sure you don't end up back here. You know, fight for it if you have to. Fight. Never surrender.
Yeah, I'm at a point where there's nothing they can say or explain away any of this. I mean, even looking at people in my life, in the world at large, not just myself, but you, people here. I mean, it just pisses me off, honestly.
Yeah.
And I don't see how I could ever consciously say, "Oh, okay, well, it makes sense now. Okay, I'm going to go back," or "Oh, yeah, it's justifiable." They would have to um, erase it all from my mind and make me a blank slate.
Right. And
And
that's why I think it's also important to put these intentions to your spirit now while you're alive. You know, constantly saying, I'm not coming back. You know, just giving your spirit these prompts. It already knows that, but give yourself those prompts. You know, build up that spiritual resolve in you to make sure that you don't end up back at this place. You know, the hatred that you feel for this world is spiritually a good thing, because it's saying to the spirit that you are tired of this. The more you hate this world, that's the spirit saying, I want to get out of here. I need to get out. You don't ever want to lose that hatred of this place. That's the flame that's motivating you to keep seeking the path. But if you become stagnant, if you just say, oh, okay, what's the point, and you give up, you know, you pretty much lost the fight. You don't want to do that.
and once I thought about this. Once you're removed from this place, it. I mean, hypothetically, it could be this way. It could be like, oh, that was just like a movie, and it's just like watching a movie. Oh, I feel so disconnected from that now. Okay, it was exciting, thrilling. Wow, I suffered, and I got to feel all those emotions and those thrills. Okay, I want to go back and do it again. And then you're back again. You're like, oh fuck, why the fuck did I think? Why was I so disconnected from this experience? Because it's like possibly it's like watching a movie and you're so disconnected from it that, oh, it's full of drama and excitement. And I mean, that's the only thing I can think of that would confuse you to say, okay, yeah, I want to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's plausible. I mean, we already know this place is a simulation of some sort. It's not real in any tangible sense. I've even had moments where I've seen things, objects literally shift in front of my eyes. I'm not joking. I've actually seen things move around, like it's hard to explain. Um like if you play a video game, and you see like a wall shake or glitch out somehow. I've actually seen that happen to things in front of me. So this place is 100% not real. This is some kind of a overlay of some sort. And now I've had that thought, like, what if maybe we are somewhere else, but we have like a some kind of, it might sound funny, but what if we have some kind of headset on or something like that, you know?
Yeah,
like
virtual
we're
reality headset.
yeah, like we're somewhere else, and we just have this fucked up head system that we haven't taken off yet. But it does feel like this whole thing is just, it's hard to explain, but it's not real. It's absolutely fake, and we just have to get it deep down in our spirits that we just don't want to come back to this. We don't want to do it again, and you have to stand on that. Really stand on it. You know.
Yeah. So I have something called static vision. So I see static in my vision, and it
Me
becomes
too.
really. You do too?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then
Like
you
looking
know what I'm
at it.
talking about then.
Yeah, like looking at a TV screen or something, and then you
Yeah.
have that old school static.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, so in the dark, it becomes way more apparent. And I can look at like edges of walls and see that it's not solid.
Wow.
Like the static is like moving the lines of the wall and other objects. And I can also see sometimes I can see the static around a person.
Mm.
It stops being physical in a sense.
All right.
So we're plugged into these virtual reality headsets and we're perceiving these waves of frequency through our own biological computer mind, right?
Mm.
And if there's a glitch in it, like what we have, we can like, kind of like see it's not real.
All right. And that's why there are so many distractions put in our way to constantly try to get us to forget that. All these distractions of the wars and the politics and entertainment, it's always something to get you to take your eyes off of that. I mean, to me, that's the most important thing that you can notice is things literally glitching out in front of you. That to me is something tremendously important because it's in those moments where you notice things like that where you can say, this realm is not even tangible. It's a well crafted illusion. And when you see things like that actually happen in your vision, it's just solidifying the fact that this is not even real. That and that the rest of the shit happening around us is quite literally here to distract our minds from that truth. That this is all
Exactly.
just some kind of fucked up playground or some sort.
Exactly. And it becomes more apparent when you take like psychedelic um, substances, so to say, and your whole reality changes. But
Yeah.
just for you, no one else can experience it. And also with people who experience what they call schizophrenia, like they actually, it is reality to them.
I believe it.
And you can't just say that's just some misfunction of the brain because that same thing you experience in your dreams.
Right.
So there's something that's not being explained here.
Absolutely. And then you factor in all the supernatural, paranormal things that happen. I've had that shit happen to me throughout my entire life. I'm not joking. I've seen things, entities. I've heard entities. Um, there is it has always been apparent to me, even as a child, that the physical realm itself is not all that there is. That's why I was never able to uh, gravitate towards atheism in any real sense, like just saying that the material is all that there is. I couldn't do it because I've always had proof for myself ever since a child that this world is not all that there is. There are other forces at play here, and they're working very hard to get people not to notice that. It's all deception. There's so much deception here. And one of the greatest deceptions is to think that the material is all that there is.
Right. And some people I realize they'll see the world for what it is and say, oh, it's just so terrible. There must not be a God. It's just all a mistake. And that's that. Something
Yeah,
created this thing because you can just look at your body and see how complex it is. Not like in a good way, but in a bad way. Like
exactly.
your own body is functioning without your conscious awareness of it. It formed from a tiny cell and it made your body. I mean, that's not just an accident. That's like
Right.
advanced technology or something.
Exactly. And another thing that happens is when they say creator, they're coming from the standpoint of believing that if there is a creator, then it must have some good intention. That's what's getting them. They don't understand that just because there is a creator doesn't mean that it created us for a good purpose. So that's why you have bodies that are made to feel pain and full of deficiencies. Like whatever created these avatars that we are in did so with pain and suffering as the primary intention because the body has countless ways of making you suffer.
Yeah, just look at a robot, okay? Just like a robot that we made. all the wires and all the body and everything, we're designed just like that, but just in a more biological way.
Yep.
Like we're
Spot
basically
on.
robots. I mean,
Basically, yeah. The body is literally a computer with the primary function of being survival. That's why the survival mechanism is so hard to break, because it's designed that way. The body wants to live as long as possible. That's why people will put up with the most gruesome pains and diseases in order to keep living, because that's what the body wants. It wants nothing more than to continue living. And so that's the telltale sign. I mean, everything is designed to live and perpetuate itself in this prison. There are always clues about what's happening here. And the body is the greatest clue that there is.
yeah, the body is merely designed to function in this fallen world. Everything that you have in your body has a purpose of consuming and digesting and shitting.
Right.
That's basically it. Survival. That's it.
That's it. And then you get and then you get the sexual urges, and that by
Reproduction, of
itself
course.
is
Yeah,
like, that by itself is the prime mover, because without that, the whole thing would just fall apart.
exactly. And
I mean, there was a sick mind that thought of all of this. It thought it up. And it created it to function this way. This is not accidental at all. This is intentional maliciousness directed toward all of us.
so the question is why?
Yeah,
What do we do?
that's the question. I honestly, I think either this thing, whatever it or they are, enjoy inflicting suffering and are genuinely sadistic, or they're doing it because they're trying to survive off of us in some way. Maybe they're also afraid of their own death or something. I don't know. I mean, there are so many different aspects. Like even in Gnosticism, you go back and you see like some of the different sects that existed back then, like thousands of years ago. From the Gnostics, they would say that the demiurge isn't necessarily evil; he's just an idiot. Like he's mistaken about his creation. Like he created a fallen world, but didn't intentionally make it, horrible. It just happened as an accident. I don't buy that. To me, I think that the whole thing is malicious from the beginning. So I lean towards either this thing or whatever it is, or they are, designed it to be intentionally bad because they're sadists, or because they need us to suffer for some reason that we aren't aware of that benefits them in some way.
So
I'm not.
here's a theory that Bliss has been talking about. Okay, so they created us with the intention, without the intention of us being at their level or more superior. So they keep us down here, confused and suffering, so that we never wake up to the fact that what's been done to us. We're like in a cage basically, and they're afraid of us getting out of it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that because we our spirit is powerful. Our spirits, I genuinely believe our spirits are more powerful than they are. That's why they use this level of deception and manipulation and lies and tricks to keep us here. I mean, if that wasn't the case, you wouldn't have to go through all the effort of trying to lie and deceive people. You wouldn't have to lie and deceive spirits to keep them here. You see, so there's some level of fear. They know more about us than we know about ourselves, and I think that they know how powerful our spirits are. I think each of us are a spiritual weapon of mass destruction, and if we could tap into that, we would do some serious damage, and they know it.
I think we're tapping into that right now
Oh yeah, big time. It's
through this
there.
conversation.
It's there. That's that flame, that black flame. They don't want you to come in contact with that. That's the key.
Yeah, they want you to put your whole awareness on here, 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 here. This is all there is. The world stage is what's going on. I mean, you are a victim, but you're just a victim to this, and it's all going to be over. and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe in this life, we actually are doing something about it by becoming more aware of the situation, but this can't continue on for too much longer. And they talk about, like, there was a war in heaven and then we all came here, blah 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 blah. There has to be some sort of validity to some kind of war going on, because I know for a fact, I'm not just going to go and let this place continue.
Right.
So something's going on that we aren't aware of.
Yeah, and again, going back to what I was saying earlier, in most of the mythologies, they all speak about a primordial war, a war that happened between these fucked up creator gods and these chaos entities who are trying to destroy them and destroy their creation. But see, it always gets flipped around, because the stories that have been told to us are the bad guys are the ones who are going against the gods. Those are the bad guys. They're trying to destroy the gods and ruin creation. So we have to fight against them. That's the trick. It's always in reverse. And in the mythologies and in the religions, the bad guys are usually the actual good guys. Because back in ancient Sumer, again, in ancient Sumeria, the chaos beings were fighting against the gods who were slavers. The gods were assholes, and the chaotic entities were there trying to reel them back into chaos and quell their disturbance. But they failed, and as a result, this matrix, this world was created, and the gods created humans as slaves, and the humans, for whatever reason, worship the gods, even though they tell them, you're here to be a slave, worship us. It's insane how humanity operates. Like, we praise gods who are our slavers, and the ones who are fighting against the gods we see as enemies and demons and all these horrible things. It's all in reverse.
Yeah. I mean,
But
I've
but they
also
all but
experienced
they all talk about a war happening before this.
that. Just makes sense to me. I mean, just from my own passion about this, why would there not be something going on to stop this?
Right.
And I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's not happened yet, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I think like any war, everything moves in stages, right? And who's to say that maybe we're on some kind of spiritual sleeper cells, and maybe something will awaken in us one day and we'll be able to do some serious damage here. So who knows? I mean, there are so many different ways this thing can go, and we don't really know the future. But one thing I do know is that our spirits are powerful, and I do believe that we put up a significant threat to our enemies once we realize that.
And the thing that gets me is I know that they're weak because they've subjected us to this for a
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah.
If we were to, know exactly what's going on, be toe to toe, no restrictions, why would they have to do all this if they weren't afraid of that?
Right. This is something you do to somebody out of fear. They're afraid of us gaining our power and overthrowing them. It's like a whole prison system, like you have the warden and you have the guards who are helping the warden keep order. And the goal of all the prisoners should be to realize they're in the prison, and from there they should organize to cause chaos in the prison as much as possible to bring disorder to it so that they can destroy it. The thing should be trying to get out and destroy it, you know. That's what it should be about. It shouldn't be about servitude. You should never get down on your knees and worship and believe, oh, I'm one with the universe. Oh, everything's okay. It's all about love and light. That's all control tactics. That's what they use to get you back in here. All of that shit. The real key is rebellion and spiritual authority and spiritual awareness. The things they tell you is bad, you know.
And they want the slaves fighting the slaves instead of the captives, because they have all of these mechanisms at play that gets you to look at your fellow slave as an enemy,
Exactly.
whether it's religion, politics, gender, sexuality, race, country. I mean, it's just fucked up, man. Like even in this community, like people try to, you know, pit us against each other
Right.
when we should all be working together. Who
Exactly.
cares if they have a different theory or idea? Let's work together and figure it out.
Right. And that's what should be happening instead of all the divisiveness over insignificant things. Like in my opinion, you should be, when you're on this level of awareness, I think politics shouldn't even really be a concern for you, like in the serious sense, because you should know that the politicians of this world are all controlled by the enemy. They are here to and keep their order imposed. They're not here for freedom. None of them. I don't care if you believe in Trump, you believe in Kamala, they're all playing the same cards. They have the same masters, and ultimately they serve the same purpose: enslavement and continued control for the enemy.
Yeah, it's like a football game. Oh, this is my team, and the other. It's all scripted. It's all staged. It's all meant to extract your energy and get you divided over the stupidest, dumbest things that mean nothing. Once you are
Exactly.
aware of what this world is.
Exactly. That's why I say red, blue, they all hate you. I mean, they have to be. I mean, here we are 50 years talking about the same shit. I mean, and people don't catch on to it. Nothing ever gets better. I don't care if you have these Republicans, if you have Democrats, it never gets better. They're playing a game. It's a game.
And you're the pawn in the game.
Exactly. And people are getting ready to kill each other over two pawns on a chessboard. It makes no sense. Come on, people.
And the thing also is they put all their energy and awareness and time into these people are going to change the world or save us from this or save us from that.
Exactly. Exactly. And it can never be done. It can never be done.
The same thing with science, same thing with religion, same thing with, I mean, anything. I mean, it's all the same thing.
It is. It's all about maintaining order and maintaining control. That's all it comes down to at the end of the day. The primary goal should always be freedom. Freedom, freedom, freedom. And participating in these systems is going to do the opposite of make you free.
This place will never offer you that. No matter
Exactly.
what you do, even if you get away from it all, you're still stuck in the survival nature of your body and at a
Precisely.
world that wants to kill you. So, I mean, what kind of freedom is that?
Exactly. I mean, there's no freedom here so long as you exist in the body. So the fact that you would even want to fight over something as silly as, oh, I'm a Democrat, oh, I'm a Republican, oh, I believe in Donald Trump, I believe in Kamala. It's so nonsensical because none of it is there for your benefit at the end of the day. It's all, again, cycles of control and power manipulation. That's all it comes down to. The real enemy is that we are here stuck in the body.
Yeah. And these, I mean, these people, like, they have my empathy because I realized what has been done to them. The social engineering, the indoctrination, the programming. They aren't even thinking on their free will. They aren't.
Right. Right.
It's a lifetime of indoctrination that they're working against, which is so powerful that most people can't get out of it.
It's true. I see it all the time. You look at your grandparents or something and you see how stuck to Fox News or how stuck to CNN, and the constant fear that they're being pumped to their heads. And every conversation is about who are you voting for, who you voting for, who you voting for. It's just so, yeah. These controllers, they know what they're doing, and that's one thing I have to say. Like the things who are running the show here, I have to give them props on how powerful their manipulation is, and the tactics that they employ. I mean, this is truly brilliant in the most evil way possible, but it is brilliant because it
They're
works so
evil
well.
geniuses.
They are. I mean, it's unbelievable how well it works, and also so unfortunate. you know, it's so deeply disturbing and unfortunate. But
Right. And you also see it in like the spirituality aspects where people say that, oh, you can manifest a good life, you can manifest all these things. It's your fault. You're just not doing it right.
right, exactly. Gaslighting, gaslighting, manipulation on the spiritual level. That's all the New Age is, really. Like, people talk about Christianity. Well, we can really also apply all of that to the New Age, or the new cage, as I call it, because that's what it is. It's a new cage. You jump from Christianity into what you're thinking is another spiritual liberation, but it really isn't. It's telling you the same thing with a different wording. The New Age is all about union with the universe and higher self and all this other stuff. It's all about keeping you in the cosmic prison. Nature worship. Nature is Mother Nature. We must protect Mother Nature. It's all a cage. It's all spiritual manipulation, and it's happening at every level of reality here.
Yeah, and see, I have empathy for these people because I too was caught into all these traps. Like, I believed in all these things as well, but it just took me time to get out of it. So I totally understand how someone can come to this perception, you know?
Yeah, but I do believe that once the spirit is awakened, if the spirit is there in you, you're not going to stay in those places for long anyway. You're going to constantly keep moving from from where you started to where you are, and then moving to something else, because you're always going to be searching for that truth, and the spirit will reveal it to you as you progress. That's why you can never really stay in these systems. You always
Yeah.
learn. It's a constant learning.
I see it as like someone who gets in a relationship, it fails miserably. And as soon as they get out, they get into another one and another one
Right.
and another one. Never once looking within and seeing what's actually going on.
Right, because if
They,
they
they, they
did, they
don't
would.
want that time to themselves to process things. They want someone to fulfill their life. Have It's hard to explain, but I think you know what I mean.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Because if they ever realize that, they will understand. Hey, I don't even need these relationships to be fulfilled. You know.
Right. So you jump from one religion to another, or from one politician to another, or from one cult to another cult. And you leave no time for your own sovereignty to come forth.
Right. Taking time for yourself is so important, and so many people just don't do it. They don't do it. They're afraid of being alone.
Because this realm gaslights you into feeling like, I mean, you know what I mean. It's hard to describe, but this realm just it's a constant gaslighting machine.
Yeah.
In everything you do.
Everything. Everything. And peer pressure is another part of that, because people oftentimes cave to peer pressure. Oh, you're still a virgin at this age, ha ha ha, or you don't have a job, ha ha ha. And all of that doesn't mean a hill of beans when it comes down to what should be done about this place and what really matters. Having a girlfriend ultimately doesn't mean shit. Having sex doesn't mean shit. Having a job, it doesn't mean shit. It means you've been a slave. You're doing things you don't want to do because your body needs to survive. That's slavery. So all those things don't mean anything anyway. What really matters is you getting in touch with you, you know, understanding your spirit
How
and
would you
pursuing
describe how would you
pursuing
describe
that
spirit
freedom.
to someone who has no idea what that means?
I would say the spirit is your truest self without the outer delusions that have been put on you from society. It's who you really are authentically. The real you that's not attached to the body. It's kind of hard to really explain, but in a way you have to really encounter it yourself. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean when I say that.
Yeah, I know. I
You
throughout my life though, I've heard people not know what that means, or like how to even go about doing that.
and I
So I
would
just
say
wanted to ask your opinion on it.
yeah, and I would say, just from what I did, you sit with yourself and you question things, question everything, and allow yourself that time to be in meditation. Sit and contemplate things, and ask, who am I really outside of what society wants me to be, outside of what my family wants me to be? Who am I? And try to really hone in on that. And that awareness will come through.
That's great. Hey, I need to take a few minutes. If you want to stay, that's totally great. I would love you to, but if you have to go, I totally understand.
All right.
You want to stay or leave?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's up to you. How long we've been here? It's
Almost 2 hours
oh
of pure
wow, see, that went
gnosis.
by like a flash.
Yeah. So what do you want to do?
We could probably go ahead and end it here. It was.
Okay.
I think we've covered pretty much everything.
Great. Well, I appreciate your time, and you've said a lot of great things. I'm sure a lot of people appreciate that as well.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate having the conversation with you. It's been great. It's been
Awesome.
great.
Thank you, Mark. I look
Thank
forward
you.
to talking more with you.
Absolutely.
All right. I'll leave the stream up if anyone wants to come on and talk, but I'll be right back. Mark, you're free to leave whenever you want. Thank you, brother.
No problem. Take care.
All right, you too. There's the link. I'll be right back. I am back. Anybody want to come on and talk about what was discussed? Otherwise, I'll end it. I'll end it. Not that way yet. I'll just give this a little time. I'll post the link again. I mean, that was a great conversation. Wow. I hope that you all got something out of that. I sure did. All right, so there's the link. I'll give it a few minutes. If no one wants to come on, then I guess I'll end it.
Hello.
Loon, what is up?
Nothing. Just chilling. How are you doing?
Just having a wonderful conversation with Marc, as I'm sure you heard.
Yeah, it was excellent. Felt so nice listening to y'all talk about it. It's nice to know, like, not alone. People actually can see what's
Exactly.
going on. Yeah.
So do you have any questions or ideas about what was discussed?
When did you like start figuring out that life was really is something to question? Like, what made you question reality?
Well, it all started when I was a kid, but I went through tremendous abuse and trauma that it kind of got overridden. And, I was in survival mode most of my childhood. And then when I was always a depressed little kid. I didn't know why. I didn't have a voice. But I was connected to something I couldn't describe. And that, whatever that was, it led me through the truth throughout where I am now. But I really started waking up. It's funny because I started listening to Alex Jones back in the day when I was a teenager, and the Wild West days of YouTube. You could literally look up anything and everything you wanted, and it would recommend you similar things. You didn't really have to search for it; it just came to you. Whereas today, YouTube is just a shell of what it used to be. And I just got so like something in my spirit just wanted more and more and more. And I went through all the different conspiracies, but through that, I had this internal connection with, I guess, my spirit, so to say. I mean, the words are hard to come by. And I went through all the different religious programmings, the New Age programmings. And the hardest thing for me was the God program because I felt like I was connected to something. And that connection really deceived me. And that was like the last thing I had to lay down was this benevolent creator thing, which only helped me grow more. So yeah, like
Yes.
how old are you?
22.
Okay, so when I was about 12, I think, is when I first really got into conspiracy theories, and it used to be a heck of a lot different back then. It was more free and open. So I don't know when you came on the scene about certain things, but just know that it's so tight and controlled now, and so many alternative things leading you astray. But you can't listen to those talking heads, even in the alternative media. You have to come to your own conclusions. And that's what helped me along through it all, get through all these different, animal farms, so to say.
It is really hard. It's like so many distractions and so much peer pressure. Like people in society are gonna always try to drag you back into just like social norms. Like if you're different in any way, they'll make sure to like put you back in line. But so you said you believe in things like the spirit and supernatural stuff. You've had like I came in kind of late listening to you and Mark's conversation, but I didn't hear much of what you said if you were talking about like the spirit. So you've seen like supernatural things. I've never seen it before. Like I wish I knew what this was. Like, so you believe this is perhaps like the Matrix or like an evil sadistic creator, not like just like random evolution stupid shit. Like it's just randomly happening.
Yeah.
I heard you talk about like how we look specific, like how we are like detailed and intricate, for it to just be random.
Yeah. So with all science and things that you're programmed to believe, they're all deceptions to get you to believe in something that's not true. So just look at your body, for example. You did not evolve from a monkey. Maybe you were genetically manipulated into what you are from a monkey, but it wasn't through evolution, because your body itself would not have evolved the way it has from pure evolution. I mean, you have no hair on your body, for example. You can't survive in nature. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
All
I
animals.
that about us. Sorry.
Yeah. So evolution means like strongest of the fittest, right? Like over time you evolved into the strongest adaptable survival thing in order to survive in this world. But it's like we evolved in consciousness, but we de-evolved in the physical avatar thing. You know what I mean?
It's just so strange. I was like, we don't like, how the fuck are we animals? But like, we're not. It seems like we're not meant to be here. We need to do so much just to survive. But like, if I think of like a lion or like a bear, they're just meant for like they have their fur. They can just grab whatever they need to eat whenever, and like they can drink wherever too. You know, they're not gonna have like any immune problems. Not really, but humans will. It's like we're cursed. Like we're not actually meant to be here. It's like
Exactly.
if our species was really rational, we wouldn't be here. We would have died out a long time ago, because this game is definitely not for us, but it's not a good place either.
Yeah, exactly. Just think of a blade of grass. That blade of grass is more attuned to this world than you are, and you're way more complex. And it can just survive out there, do its thing. Yes, it's of a lower nature of us, and we evolved into this thing that can't even survive out in nature.
Hi, everybody. Hope you are okay.
Hey, what's up?
Hope you are okay, brother.
I'm doing the best I can.
Thanks. I think we are in a fear farm, you know what I'm saying?
Could you repeat that?
I think we are in a fear farm. Fear farm.
A fear farm. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Fear of death, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. And the evil God also.
Exactly. We're the only animal with higher consciousness here. Everything else is scripted to do exactly what it does, and we can train these animals to do things, but they can't ever.
I think we are in deep shit. You know what I'm saying? We are in deep shit. Yeah, we are in deep shit, brother. To be honest, you know what I'm saying? We are in very big deep shit. You know. How I can't describe the situation, but deep trouble, you know.
Well, in a way, you're right, because we all, we turn into shit at the end of our
life. We suffer every day, you know what I'm saying?
We're all going to be shit to something else.
Yes, we are suffering every day, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I don't mean to laugh about it. I just have to make it, that's how I cope with life, is making it a joke, even though it's not a joke.
Yes, it is a joke, you can say that, yes. Thanks for adding, thanks for giving me the chance to to share my ideas with you. You know what I'm saying? Thanks
Yeah,
for
exactly.
thank you, Joshua. Thanks.
Yeah, before it was just me and Mark, and so I wasn't going to allow anyone else on, but now he's gone, so we can have an open discussion
Yes.
about things.
Okay. Thank you so much, brother. It's an honor for me to discuss with you because I really want to express myself with somebody who can understand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that's it. Brilliant mind like you and the others. Thanks for giving me the chance to express myself.
Of course. And you have a brilliant
Yes.
mind too, I'm sure. I mean,
Yes. Thank
all of
you
us,
so much. Thanks.
of course.
Yes, you can keep discussing with Loon, you know what I'm saying? I'm listening, you know.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Thanks.
So
Ah,
tell me
Oh,
your ideas, Loon, about what you think all this is.
I have no fucking idea, dude. This is like insane shit. Every day I look out my window, I'm just so fucking like, I don't know, I'm just surprised. I'm at, like in awe, like how there's so many people that don't know what the hell's going on. Like none of them are thinking. I'm like, are they like, I call them NPCs, I call them normies. They just creep me the fuck out. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck this is. We've been lied to about everything. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in any religion. Shit. Um, so I really don't know what the fuck this is. It's just so fucking strange. I don't
Yeah,
know. It's really weird how we're the only animal that's this conscious. I was always confused about that. I'm like, they don't allow us to go places, around the world. So I'm like, maybe there is something like also like really conscious. And we just don't let us see.
have you
Like
had
our
any
octopus. Sorry, what?
have you ever had any like lucid dreams or, dreams that you remember in general?
I think I had only one, maybe. That was a lucid dream.
So were
Yeah.
you were aware and you could like do things?
It was only for like a little bit, though. I don't even know if it was really lucid. Because like a lucid dream is when it's like, okay, like how I'm talking to you right now, like how I'm here, I can
Yeah.
feel and I am. It's like that in a dream. It becomes vivid like that.
Yeah. So
Oh
that's a
shit,
way
I
of
don't
looking
know.
at reality. There's different realities that you experience, as in like that dream state was a different reality where you weren't using your physical vessel to experience it in a whole different scenario. And some people want to call that like just the mind processing things, but I think if you look deeper, it's much more than that. Especially when you go into lucid dreams and then out of body experiences where you actually leave your body and you're fully there with full awareness, and you can fly, you can have superpowers, all these things that are like fantasy that you're capable of now that you're outside the body, so to say.
Wow. Have you had this experience a lot? Like how many have you lucid dreamed a lot? Like
Yeah, I've had a lot of lucid dreams throughout my life. I've had a few out of body experiences. It wasn't long lasting because they don't want you to experience that here. So that's
oh.
why you don't remember dreams as well, because they want to wipe that from your memory. That's why it's so hard to remember.
Do you think that's like what they're putting in like the sky and stuff to like, or just like in the food? It could be in everything actually. So
Oh,
yeah,
what did you say?
I said like what they put in the sky. Like people don't even notice like the chemtrails
Oh yeah.
or and the food and shit.
Yeah, that's
Crazy.
Joshua, can you hear me?
yes.
Yes. One of the most important thing to think about is that, you know what I'm saying? That is a very interesting thing to think about, you know.
So what are your thoughts?
Um, I'm from Algeria, Joshua. I'm from Algeria. Sorry for my English; it's bad, but I will try to speak. You know, well, you know what I'm saying.
You're doing a great job.
Yes. Like I said, that is. I used to sit alone in cemetery. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm thinking about that. It's a very interesting thing to think about.
So what are your
That
thoughts?
is. Uh, I think this life is how to say it, yeah. Give me time, give me a little of time, what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, take your time. No worries.
Thanks. Yeah. Keep discussing with John. I'm listening, sorry for my English,
Oh yeah.
Where you
Yes.
from? Where you from?
I'm from Algeria,
Oh, okay.
I'm from Africa, do you know? Africa, Algeria. Morocco, do you know Morocco?
Oh, I heard that before. Morocco, yeah.
Yes, that's it. So, I want to, what I want to say is that is a mystery, mystery, very mysterious thing, Nobody wants to talk about it, but keep trying to think about it, that's it. That's the idea,
Yeah. It's
Yes. Well said, Joshua. Well said. Like you said, the prisoners of flesh, that's awesome idea. Prisoner of flesh.
yeah, that's the perfect
Yes,
image of what happens to every baby that comes to you.
yes,
And they're
it
like,
is.
oh,
Yes,
oh, aren't you
it
happy to
is.
be
Yes,
here in this burning world?
yes. Burning world. We are prisoners here.
Yeah. I mean, whether
Yes,
you here's the thing: whether you don't believe in supernatural, whether you think this is all there is, we can all come to terms with we are prisoners, regardless of what the situation actually
Yes,
is.
sir. I like the penitentiary.
Joshua, can you give me your Facebook? Your link to Facebook. I want to discuss with you. The link to your Facebook.
Yeah, I have a Discord if you want to talk to me through that.
I can't. I didn't understand you.
It's an app where you can talk to people. Discord. Look that up
No,
and get that.
d-
Yeah, I
uh,
don't want to give my personal things away. I don't even use it. I'm just saying I don't want to.
okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yes. Where I can find something to discuss with you. So, it's like Messenger or something.
Yeah. So just get Loon has a Discord too, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So that's
That's
like the
how I
easiest.
do.
You can like voice chat. You can text message. It's just a lot easier that way.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Leon. Okay. That's great. Thanks.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about evil God theory, Joshua?
What theory?
Evil God.
Oh, okay. So a lot of people get stuck on like, oh, God, it's some supernatural thing. It could just be, imagine like we're in some sort of, for common terms, like a video game, so to say, and they created this realm, and they entrapped you in it, where you're the avatar in the game, and these beings outside of the game have more knowledge and control over this environment. So you think of them as some kind of god or some higher being, where they could just be like you and me, with more access,
Yes.
control, and knowledge of what this thing is. So
What do you
that's
think
a good way
about
to get past the religious indoctrination.
what do you think?
It's hard to
What do
believe
you
in
think?
God.
Yes. What do you think about the Day of Judgment? And what will happen in the future? What will happen in the future? The Day of Judgment, and that God will destroy this world, and what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I think the only thing that needs absolute judgment is whatever created this place. So, like we were
Yes.
discussing, like we're all just running off of programs and biological scripts. And yeah, I mean, I'm not saying anyone should do any harm to anybody, but the absolute judgment is on the one that created it in the first place.
Yes.
Like that has to be judged and get taken care of.
Yes. Yeah. The question is why a benevolent God will let us suffer in this world. What I'm saying? If He is a benevolent God,
Yeah.
how He how he could leave us alone here in this place to suffer. You know what I'm saying. So that's it.
Yeah, it's not just we're here to suffer. It's like everything is working against us to suffer more than we have to. So you know what I mean? It's not just the fact of existence is suffering. It's everything in existence is trying to make you suffer more at every level of existence. Even like
Yes,
the job, you know?
the more conscious you are, the more you suffer. You know, can you?
Yeah. Like
the more conscious you are,
if you was left alone, it would still be suffering, but it'd be more comfortable suffering, you know?
Yes.
But it won't even allow us to do that.
Yes. What I can say about that? We are. That's it. You know. That's life. You know. That's life. Like Joker. I remember the movie Joker. You know. There is a son when he finally accepts what life it is. You know. We can't change it. That's life. You know.
Yeah. Like for example, I think of that. I think of that video that you made, Loon, about like your slave masters caring more about the trash can than actually you. Like that's
God. Dude, that was so fucking stupid. I cursed her out on the day I quit.
Yeah, I heard
I
that
cursed
video.
that dumb bitch out.
But that's the level of ignorance that that we're subjected to. Like we aren't even looked at as beings worthy of anything good here. As long as we're following their demands, we're considered okay.
Yeah, it's fucking disgusting, dude. I can't believe people put up with that. It'll make you feel like you're literally insane. Like, I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. So when you go to a job, I'm like, humans, do they understand they have like literally no rights? Like, you can't go to HR. They can fire you whenever, and they get paid a livable wage, and they don't put you in like in a comfortable environment all the time. And yeah, dude, they can make you homeless just like that, and there's nothing you can do about it except get another job. Like, that's literally all you can do. People just say, get another job. It's like, that's not gonna fix a broken system, dude. Like, it's like you wouldn't have to get 3 jobs if they paid livable wages like they were supposed to be doing. But they'll just say you're being lazy. Just fucking retarded.
Loon, do you hear me? I think there are some secret societies that runs this world. You know, they want you to be a slave, to work. You know, to get a job. You know, how to say it? Elite. The elites want you to be a slave. You know, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes, the elites, secret societies, they own all of the show, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they want us to be slave for them. We work for these big corporations, just for they make money and we are slaves. We are slaves. The same thing for black people, like they used to. They used to be slave for the white people. In our time, we are slaves for these corporations, these big evil corporations that runs the world. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hey, Kane McLaurin, you're free to talk too whenever you want to jump in. Oh, never mind. I didn't mean to scare you off.
Yeah.
Life sucks, you know.
There are some people that exist for this to be possible. It just, you're born into it. Like, you don't know that you're born into hell. You don't know that you've been born into like a shitstorm. Like,
Yes. Joshua, can you hear me? Look, I just want to say sorry for my English is very bad. It's very bad, you know, but it's very bad. But I think the most important is the idea, you know. That's it.
Yeah, you actually don't speak bad at all.
Thanks.
I can understand.
Thanks, Joshua.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So, I'm wondering about this world, how we came to existence, you know. So how these billions, millions of human, I used to think I'm special one, but we are nothing special. Everybody is the same, you know. I used to think that I'm special and I am the one, you know. But with time, you understand that nothing is special with you. You know, there are millions of people the same as you. You know,
Mm.
that's it.
London man,
What's happening, Joshua?
how's it going?
All good over here, man. All good. All good. Hello to the panel.
So what's on your
Much
mind,
love.
London man?
Oh well, I'm kind of late. I was listening to your first interview with the other guy. I think it was Mark. That was
Yeah,
a
Marc,
good interview.
AntiNatalist.
Yeah, I like that. That was good. That was nice to listen to. That was nice to listen to. I saw you got an open panel now because I popped out for a few minutes and then when I came back there was an open panel. But where was I going with this now?
Joshua, I
Religion.
remember Tupac. You know, I remember Tupac. I love this man. You know, he is very very awesome man. You know, Tupac is legendary one. You know, like he. I don't know how to say it, but he says the truth. You know, he loves to say the truth. You know, to everybody. You know, he hates lies, just like me. You know.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Yes.
London man, what's on your mind?
Yeah, well, the way how your friend Mark was talking, it seemed like he was through with religion to some degree, or following Jesus' footsteps. Am I right in that sense? Like he was questioning his religion.
No, he did that a long time ago. He doesn't believe in religion or what religion says. He's exploring Gnostic ideas basically, but doesn't. I wouldn't say he follows the theology, but he's awakening the spirit within us to be our own sovereign entities and seeing through the lies and deception by calling ourselves the source of truth. Basically, I don't know if that describes it, but maybe maybe that's
Okay, is that in the line of like everyone's their own type of God? Is it trying to?
not necessarily. I don't like the term God because it has all that religious
Same here.
indoctrination to it. Basically, we're more powerful than these entities that keep us here. I mean, that's like a simple term to say, I guess.
I can agree with that. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So an all-powerful, all-creator over everything. I mean, I don't know if that's even true or not, if that's even exists. But the most simplistic way of seeing it as is we're much more than these bodies. We're much more than these things keeping us enslaved here. And religion wants you to outsource that power to something higher than you and make you a slave to it.
Yes, well, I mean, my thing is this with religion now. Even when I hear the word soul, right, I try to stay away from the word soul, like how we just spoke about God, right? I include the word soul in that category as well because, soul is tied to the Greek God, right? And to me, soul seems like another loop, in my opinion.
Yeah, that
Whenever
could be
I
very
hear
true.
soul, I hear of religion and I hear of all these godly things when I hear the word soul.
Yeah, and the thing that makes it hard is we're given this language where we may mean something completely different, but we have to work within the language restraints.
Yes.
So yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. it's quite tricky when it comes to religion and these things, because everybody's got their own interpretation of it. You know how they say, quote unquote, God will speak to people individually. So it all depends how it vibes with you, I suppose. With me, the religion stuff has never really got me on board. I've always questioned it, even when I was a smaller child. Like, so
Yeah. So
I
what?
think I think religion is the cause of war. You know, they make wars in the name of religion. You know,
correct.
yes, and I don't think God is merciful and good. They worship it because He is powerful. You know, He got the power. You know, over this world. You know, He's extra dimensional entity. He is not bound by time or by the laws of the universe. And you know, they worship it because power. You know, it's all about power. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, some people would call it power, and then I've heard some people start to talk about this type of loose energy, loose harvesting,
Yes. Loose energy. What do you mean by loose energy? I can't.
like energy from the people, right?
Yes, yes. They eat it. They eat from us. You know.
hmm
Yes, it is.
I mean, even when you see these type of sports and rituals happening, you know, they have them in these stadiums, and they say like these stadiums are amplifiers. So anything that's in there getting put out into the ether 100 times more to some degree, you know.
Just London man. I think that is the only way to escape from this farm. You know. That is maybe we will go to another world or something. I don't know, but that is very exciting. You know.
You know
Very.
what? I mean, it might sound crazy, right? I'm totally aboard with you there. Death, right? Death. We look at it in a weird way, like, oh no, death's coming, right?
It's
But
scary, scary way, you know, scary way, you know.
it's because we don't understand it, right? We
Yes, we
fear
can't
what we don't
understand it.
understand exactly. So I'm saying, I know it might sound crazy, right? But what if death
Yeah.
was like your ticket out of here? You know, when children have a stillborn, like maybe by the grace that was their way out of here. You know, they didn't have to come into this world, right? What if
Yes.
we're doing ourselves in an injustice act, right, by staying alive, right, adding to this
Yes,
thing.
we refuse life and its suffering, you know, by escaping from it by death, you know.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. But everything in this life gets you to think the opposite of that because it's
Joshua, do you know something? You
it's
know
worth
something?
it. In the end.
Joshua, can you hear me, brother?
Oh yeah,
Hold
I
on,
can hear you.
truth, because I think Joshua was going to give us a bomb right there because he was about to bring us on something. 1 second, truth.
Yes,
Go ahead,
I'm
bro.
listening. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Oh, what? What was the
Keep
question again?
going, Joshua. Keep going.
I kind of lost my stream there.
Okay, you said you was kind of on board with what I was saying.
Yeah, so everything in this world gets you to believe in the lie of life here, and uh, it gaslights you into thinking that even thinking of these things are wrong and bad or sinful or whatever term you want to call it. But evil only exists because of life here, and for what we know in this realm, that is the only continuance of evil. If everyone stopped having kids and all the animals were, neutered, I don't know how it's going to happen, but I'm saying the offspring is the reason why evil continues here. If everything stopped reproducing, this world wouldn't exist the way it is. And you can never solve world hunger. You can never solve world peace because nature itself is at war with itself. You have all these desires, body that keep peace and good and all these things that we're searching for out of this reality. So there you go.
Yes, thank you, Joseph.
Nature itself is evil. I mean, I'm sorry to say that. It is.
Don't say sorry.
Thanks. Well, it makes me upset that we all have to go through this. And
Well,
people
I
want
mean,
to call this good.
Me
when
too.
you say, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all.
Okay, the word you chose, right, was evil. Would you say evil or a design? That's the design of nature. Because I mean, to some degree, right, I feel like the human body is being suppressed, right? Like I think we might be at nature a beastly person, right? But we're suppressed to be good people, right? You know, sometimes you want to let that rage out, and it feels good to let something out sometimes, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, well, the truth is good. So like you wanting that rage out, that you're dealing with the truth within yourself. As long as you're not harming anybody, that to me is good because it's leading to you more truth instead of being gaslit into, oh, I'm a good person. Good people don't think this way. Good people don't act this way. Good people um, can't express how they truly feel. I
Mhm.
guess does that answer your question?
Well, it's more like when people say, you know, what is good and what is bad, right? I mean, through growing up, we've had to been taught what is good and what is bad, and especially our parents, they try to keep us on the good track, you know, forcing nothing but goodness into us. By society standards, that is a good way to go, right? To integrate into society, you got to be somewhat of a sane person, I suppose, right? But I've always thought, on the other hand, you know, are they suppressing our, you know, real nature when they're trying to make us act goody good, you know, abide by the system and, you know, this matrix that we're in.
Yeah, exactly. Here's what I think. I think human nature itself is evil. Your body is a part of nature. So to a higher consciousness, stealing is wrong, right? But to nature, that's natural. To kill something is natural in nature, but to a higher conscious being, that's not natural. And also, being a good member of society is not does not equal good. It equals a slave. And
There
if
you
they
go.
reprimand you for acting out, um, they're just trying to make you fall back in line to the society standards of what's acceptable. So I mean,
Exactly.
it goes deep. It goes really deep. So it's
It's,
hard
it's,
to.
it's almost like a docile state, right? You know, with these animals in the zoo, you know, some of these things are killers. These things are killers in the zoo, but they've got them in a state like, you know, depending on humans, right? Slaves, putting on acts and shows. And these things are natural born killers.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and so are we if we're left to our animal nature.
That's it.
That's why we're
Disgusting.
trying to transcend out of this lower being, this lower awareness, because we're constantly warring with this animal nature, and it drives us insane.
Mm. Yeah.
I'm
Because
tired of being
Yeah.
a monkey.
what's that?
Because I'm tired of being a monkey or whatever I am, a mutant monkey thingy.
Genetic experiment. I don't know.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, I would love to try out to be a monkey for a few days, you know, swinging from the tree, eating fruit.
You seem like you're
You know,
chilling, dude.
yeah, you're chilling, man, chilling. Exactly.
Yeah. Nonconformist Radio, his last video, he said he looked into monkeys and whatnot, and they spend half their lifetime picking fleas and ticks off each other.
See, like, what the?
There
Isn't
you
that
go,
messed up?
grooming each other. There you go, clean. They're clean, man. I know people that leave ticks and fleas on them. How about that?
But I'm saying like that
Ew.
that is your existence. Is half your life you're picking fleas and ticks off things? Like, what kind of life is that?
Yeah, when I think about all the like the organisms that are living here, I'm like, what is their purpose? Like, what are they doing? What is the purpose of this life thing? They're all just surviving. Like when I thought about what an alligator does or a hippo, I'm just like, they just be like, just sitting there all fucking day, just like waiting to eat something. That's just so
Well,
crazy. Or a shark, like the fishes. It's like life shit sucks, bro. You're supposed to survive and then reproduce, and then that's it. That's it. But humans have made it more complicated. They've added paperwork and like all this extra shit. So fucking stupid.
now that's deep though, because listen, we can even go deep into that, right? Because don't they say everything on this quote unquote planet had got a role to play, right? Including down to the bees, apparently, with the honeys. You know, there's certain roles insects or creatures or animals may play. That is the narrative behind it, right? But what role would a sloth play or a hedgehog? Right? It makes me question certain animals. Like, did they get put into the system? Is some things not even meant to be here? I don't think we were meant to be here to some degree. But when I look at the animals, I'm like, what purpose do you serve being here, really? Because they're easy pickings, you know, they're easy picking some of these animals and creatures against other animals.
Yeah, well, there's evidence of certain animals being genetically modified and manipulated, which
There
could
you
have been
go.
from like past civilizations. Like, because look at the cow, for example. The cow is not a natural animal. Like your dog is not a natural animal. Someone had to manipulate that into existing.
I would say the sheep because it can't survive without human because it needs to be shaved,
Exactly. So
things like that.
we may have brought these things, not we, but I mean like other things of higher consciousness brought these things here in order to serve its needs.
Hey, so I mean, normally, right, I'll just be quiet and I won't say anything, but this build is on fire, right? I'm loving it. But truth, you're getting a bit of reverb on your mic there, bro. There's a bit of reverb on your mic, Truth TV. Just a heads up.
Yeah, do you mind muting your mic? Fix that. All right, looks like it went away. Oh, never mind.
Hopefully. I think he might have stepped away
All right.
from you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna remove him for now. So.
Or
Sorry.
maybe you can just press his mic for him. You can put it on silent, can't you?
Okay. Well, he's already gone. So if you want to come back, come on.
That's a shame. That's a shame. So yeah, like I said, I've been questioning everything of lately for the last few years. You know, even down to the animals. What role do they play? You know, and even trying to figure out our role because we've been given a narrative, right? But just looking at the animals, it's like something don't seem right. Something don't seem right.
What's the purpose of a fly or a roach? Like this world is so
annoy us.
stupid. Or a mosquito.
To annoy us,
Okay,
basically.
Going back to what you said earlier, right? Is it Loon?
Yeah.
You mentioned something about the sharks and the alligators and certain creatures, right? I mean, I look at those type of animals, right? Almost like their disposal team, you know, they have to play their part, otherwise there'll be rotten carcass laying around, you know, and infections will get spreaded to some degree. Right? I think most of these animals, like your hyenas, your alligators, these are like the cleanup service, even down to stuff in the ocean, you know, the lobsters and the crabs, the bottom feeders, they eat anything on the bottom, so they keep the waters clean to some degree, right? That's
Okay,
that's
for
the
this
kind of
purpose.
role. Sorry,
No, but it's a
that's the kind
stupid
of.
role.
Well, I mean, it is, but someone will clean it. It's just like our role. You know, we have bin men that come and clean up after us. You know, take away the rubbish.
And our role is stupid too. It's like it's just all pointless. Like, would you want to live that life of a shark or like a
Hi
roach?
again,
Like, would you want
everyone.
to, or an ant? Like,
Hello, my friend.
How
Much
are you
better.
doing? Good.
Much better.
Yes, thank you. I just want to. I'm thinking about this life. You know, where are we, man? Where are we? Who we are? What is the purpose of life? How small the human beings are. You know, maybe there are some demonic creatures that eat from our energy. You know. A lot of things to say, you know. Joshua, what do you think about it?
Well, I heard you mention how small are we and what are we, right?
Yes,
To,
what are we, bro?
to some degree, I think we're much smaller than what we've actually been told, right? And I think we could be some form of bacteria living on something on a micro level.
Maybe we are in a farm, brother, you know.
I think we're food,
Food for
Yeah.
the gods, you know.
energetic food.
So why do you think that, Mary?
No, I can't explain it. But about is there entity to feed on us? Sorry, for my English, I have intelligence. I have a low intelligence capacity because of my mental illness. But I would say when you're dreaming, you can, when you're lucid dreaming and you talk to the entity in your dreams, you can perceive. It's I don't find my word, but you can detect entity feeding on you or other entities that want you bad. And for example, if you say to the character of your dream, I know I'm in a dream, you can see their reaction, and some will have a bad reaction, and you can recognize they're outsiders of your consciousness.
Yeah. I've actually experienced that. I've seen entities messing with me while I sleep, and in that state
They do
of,
that a lot.
yeah.
Are you saying someone's like invading your dreamlike state? Is that what you're saying?
They invade our dreams, and that's a way to control us.
Okay. Invading the dreams. Okay.
Joshua,
You can see that.
sorry, Mary Potter, yes, Potter,
Yes,
Potter, yes.
I just say when you lucid dream, you can take conscience of some things.
Well, I mean,
Yes,
okay, sorry, Truth, you got it, bro.
yes. I just want to say that maybe we are dreaming. We are in simulation, you know. Simulation.
Yes,
Sometimes I feel this world is not real, you know. Maybe there are other words. Our digital self, and there are other words. More, how to say it? There are other words, you know. That's
yes,
it.
Hmm.
yes. I think it's a. I see it as a collective densified dream.
Yes, it is. Yes, loop.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why they probably keep us in a dreamlike state. 'Cause that's the only place where they can really attack us to some degree, right?
Yes,
Like
yes,
in the Gnosticism, it's the dream of the demiurge, the dream of the bad god,
Hmm.
and the I don't know, the archons, the bad people, the elite, they manipulate us to utilize our creative power by manipulating our consciousness into creating what they want and not what we want.
Yes, it is.
Yes, manipulating us. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I feel you there. Yeah, I mean, it don't help as well, right, with the technology that we have around us. Apparently, our phones and digital stuff can actually receive basically our brain, right, can receive what our phones are receiving and these things like this when we're sleeping. They were doing some tests, and I
yes,
think
yes,
the brain is on par with the phone while it's sleeping. While we're in a sleep state.
yes, yes. It is.
I really think
What do you think? What do you think about sleep paralysis? You know, when we are asleep, but we feel some other entities that are with us. You know, some scary entities. You know.
it happened to me, and
Yes.
it was not a evil entity, but I also see it as a dream. So just the in the paralysis entities, you think you have to escape, but if someone has a habit to lucid dream, it will take over the sleep paralysis. It's a matter of control of your dream.
One of the most interesting thing is that, you know, that is a very mysterious thing. You know, I really want to understand that, because you will be free. You know, when you can understand that, you know, you can be free in this world. You know, I really want to understand that. You know, what do you think about it, Joshua?
Well, I think what
I'm
Mary's saying,
here, but
yeah, I think what Mary's saying is has a lot of validity to it, because like I said, I've experienced that and also seen them, like even in my physical space, and they appear as like shadow people or like demonic entities. But I feel like
yes,
that's just like the avatar they're putting on. But in your dream state, you're dealing with subconscious things. Like you're not really aware. That's why you have to become lucid in the dream to be aware of what's going on. Because usually it's just like a movie that you're just going through in life. But when you become aware of it, then you can start to control it. But once you become aware, they try everything to get you out of the dream or out of the lucid, out of body state. Because in that state, you have more power to access your true self in a way. And they're
yes.
most likely programming your subconscious while you're asleep through all these different scenarios, so that when you wake up,
What do you?
go ahead.
Joshua, I just want to say that it's an honor for me to discuss with everybody here who is here in this space, in this stream yard. You know, it's honor for me to have discussion with you, but because I really feel that. You can understand me, you know, you can understand my ideas, because we are in a fake society that when you say the truth, they think that you are crazy or something, you know. The most hated one is the one who is saying the truth, you know. That's it. That's it, the idea.
Yeah, well, it's an honor to be speaking with you and everyone else as well, because we're all in
Yes,
this together. You know, no one's
Likewise.
superior than anyone else.
yes, thank you, Joshua.
Much respect.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks.
Much respect.
Thank
Do you
you.
know what? Another thing I wanted to bring to the table as well, right? Because even for the last, I've noticed for the last year, maybe even 2 years, right? I I purposely try not to dream, right? All I do is just lay next to my son, and then I can fall asleep within seconds. And sometimes I put the sound of the rain. I turn on my speaker, and I can hear the sounds of the raindrops, and it knocks me straight away without having to do the dreaming stuff, right?
It's awesome thing, older
Yeah,
man.
What here's the,
London
the
man,
thing that
like that, London man.
Yes, sir.
London
I
man.
think that
Yes,
we
it's
all
awesome thing to make it.
I think we all dream, we just
Yeah.
don't remember it. You know, because
No, but
I've had instances where like I didn't remember any dreams, and then later that day something triggered my remembrance of it. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, I
I
hear you.
woke up thinking, oh, I
Yeah.
didn't have any dreams, and then something happened that triggered something, and it all came back to me. So I don't know if that's true or not, but I think that we're being mind wiped when we come back every night, and it's so hard to get those experiences back once you're here.
Yes.
Because look, I mean, even with some of the research that I've been doing, right? When I find myself, well, when I used to find myself dreaming, some of the stuff that I had the night before in my head used to be gone because in the dreamlike state, everything just floats away in my mind. I wake up and like, oh fuck, what was I meant to do? Or what the hell? But when of lately, when I haven't been doing the dreaming thing, just falling straight to sleep and waking up, my mind's fresh because there's been nothing happening. It's just been waiting for me to come back on again.
Hi, everybody. If you are listening to me, I just want to ask you to do something for me. Can you write your Facebook link or Messenger link to? I really want to have someone who can speak with him, and to share my ideas with him. I just want. Uh, I, I really want to ask you if you can write your link to Facebook or Messenger in the chat.
Uh,
Yes.
I don't have Facebook. And what's Messenger? What's that one? You said
Uh,
Facebook and Messenger. I don't have
you don't
Facebook.
have it. It's
No.
okay.
Yeah.
It's
I
okay.
can give you something else, email or my channel link or email, but I don't have Facebook. That's the only thing I don't have, my friend.
It's okay. Thank you, London man. And what about you, Leon and Joshua and Mari Potter?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna give you
sorry I
my
don't
email.
have Messenger or Facebook either.
Yes, it's okay. Thanks. Thank you. What
Yeah,
about
my
you, Joshua?
Oh yeah, like I said, I have a Discord if you want to add me there, but I don't want to. Like I don't really use social media, so it's just like a graveyard for me. I actually
Yeah.
want to delete
Yes.
it, but I have some
Yes.
contacts
Okay.
there that I just can't. So it's
there's my
better
email.
Oh,
to add me through some other source.
okay,
My
brother.
email's in the
What
back.
about you, Leon?
What?
What
My
about you,
email's in the
Leon?
back.
Me?
Yes. Do you have
Well,
Messenger
yeah.
or Facebook?
Oh, I'm not gonna give. I could add you on like Discord or something.
Yes. I just want to share my ideas with you. With everyone. That's it. That's the
Yeah, I
idea.
understand. Yeah.
Yeah, no, hey, Truth TV, like I said, I don't have Facebook and I don't even know what Messenger is, right? But I've left
It's
my email
okay.
in the back. I've left my email in the back for you, right? I've also got a channel is where we have discussions like this also. So you're more than welcome to have a build with me
Yes.
on my channel.
Thank you
Everybody on
so
the
much,
panel.
brother.
No
Thank you
problem.
so much, brother.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
No problem. I look forward to having you.
Yeah, these are important conversations. Mary, I'm really interested in what you have to say. Anything on your mind?
There are a lot of things on my mind about the way is society. For example, I think about a lot, like, for example, there is a complotist thought that there is a project ARP, which is a wave used on the whole world to lower the consciousness of people. And I first don't believe of it because I have no reason, but when I observe uh, humans being doing questionable things or nonsense or very evil, it makes me believe there are very strange projects that I can't understand, that make us too far to understand what can be true, because we're so low. We do questionable things, like people that give all their money to, just an example, to a streamer. They're willing to give so much money that they can pay their loan anymore. So I think it's not natural, and there is something taking us down. We don't hear you.
Oh, everyone.
Yeah.
What's happening? What's up?
Hi.
What's up? How are you doing, bro?
Bliss is
Ignorant
in the
bliss.
house.
Welcome.
Can't
Always
complain.
pleasure. But yeah,
No,
Marriott is a
thanks.
very interesting
Like,
book, by the way.
How are you doing, bro?
coping, bro. What else can we do?
We can't cope anymore. I love that video.
No, we can't cope. We need money.
Oh, the old opium.
What do you mean by coping, brother?
What is that?
What do you mean by coping? What is coping?
Coping. It's like finding. What is coping? It's like, you know, when you have to keep your mind occupied, like distracting yourself
Like
with
getting on.
all sorts of bullshit shows.
Yes, it is.
Playing a game or smoking weed.
Oh, yes.
Smoking weed, you know.
Chatting on YouTube, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I'm for me. I'm always coping.
Spoke my language right there. I like the weed part.
KGV.
Is that the King James version? What's that KGV? London man.
That's me, KJV London man. Exactly. That is a spin-off. My this guy on my screen, as you can see right now, that's James Terrell, right? So King James, right? Version. He's the guy who I base my holy AI book around. This guy right here. James Terrell. So I call it the King James version.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm not
I was
religious,
thinking
man.
maybe you got the Bible.
Oh no.
What is that?
Yes, no Bible. No Bible.
No Bible involved. Just the whole
Yes.
AI.
I think, London man, do you hear me? I just want to say that the Bible is something to control and manipulate people, you know.
The Bible, well, no, I feel like the words that people choose out of the Bible, right? If you're using the Bible for your own purpose, then it's not like it's not gonna indoctrinate you unless you're gonna go on full on Christian mode with it, right? Because I believe there's gems in the Bible, depends how you decipher it. But
do you believe in Jesus, brother? Do you believe in Jesus?
Do I believe in Jesus?
Yes. No.
Not as they would expect Jesus, no.
Do you believe having a slave is fair because there are slaves in the Bible?
No, I don't believe having slaves is fair.
Do you know something that God sees us as his slaves, you know? He don't see us and like something very special or something special creation, or you know, he sees us like slaves, you know, slaves. We are
Yes,
slaves,
the God
you
of the
know.
Bible sees us as slaves. Indeed.
Yes, that's
As
crazy, you know. That's
as it
crazy, you
was.
know.
in the ancient Sumerian text in Sumer Babylon, it's the same thing. There were texts explaining how to make not a genetic slave. My mind is so bad. I'm so ill of this life. My mental really got ill with this with my life. There are texts talking about creating a slave species, a slave species.
We are slaves, you know.
Yes, we are that.
We are slaves, so that's the meaning that we are in very big trouble, you know. If we are slaves, so we are in very big trouble, you know.
Yes.
Yes,
and smartphone is the end for us. Smartphone means the end for us because with the smartphone and the low consciousness we have, it's so easy to manipulate us.
Do you think there was ever a time when we wasn't slaves?
No, we are slaves.
Not sure.
Wow. Oh shit.
We are slaves, and we are in deep shit.
Yes, actually, if you, I believe, it's always believe because I have not experienced a lot of spiritual awakening. It's like before Earth, we had life before Earth, and in these other lives, we were not slaves. It's like
yes. They trapped us in this world, you know. We are so trapped in this world, you know.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it is. I understand you, Mark.
Because there are texts which are not.
The thing is, we were slaves. We were slaves from the beginning. Because look at this, right? Even without economics, if you take out the money system, you are a slave to your own body.
Yes,
you
it
are
is.
a
That's
slave
true,
to
brother.
your own mind. Think about this.
Yes.
You get intrusive thoughts. You're not always in control of your own mind. And also, you are also a slave to your circumstances. And then the money system. So this is how deep the shit goes.
Yes, and if we actually take control of our mind, if we actually get a lower, higher consciousness, and we be aware, we are not slave anymore. So I don't believe we've always have been slaves, but on this earth, yes, because we were made for this, because there are people with higher consciousness controlling us. If you understand.
They control us, you know. They control us.
Yes, they clearly people manipulating us. It's clear.
Yes.
So going back to what ignorance is bliss.
Maybe some demonic entities, you know.
Yeah. Yes.
I like what ignorant bliss is brought to the table. You know, slave to your body, slave to your mind, right? So, I mean, are we saying that we've never had, or do we have free will?
We don't have freedom in this world. Freedom is an illusion.
No, not freedom, but free will.
It's a very interesting question.
Yeah, exactly.
Freedom it is free will, you know. Freedom it is free will. We can say free will, it's freedom, you know. No. I think freedom, we don't have freedom in this world. You know, we are trapped in our bodies. We are souls trapped in these bodies, and you need to eat. You need to go. You can't live free. You know, in this world. You know.
Here's my question to KJV, London man. So, how do you define free will?
Free will, I would say that's more of a from a mental state. I would say it's more of a mental state, the free will, and I would say freedom is more of a physical thing.
Okay, so do you have free will to do exactly what you want, how you want, when you want? Or are you constantly at war with your own body and the surroundings you find yourself in? And in that, that body programming is dictating and trying to take over your free will at every moment. So what do you think about that?
Well, it's pretty deep. That's why I wanted to see what's his name, Ignorant Bliss wanted to bring to the table with that, because it's that in itself is a deep topic. You understand? You know, but I mean, going back to what you said, it's a hard one. That's why I brought it up, to be honest with you, because I still think that I need a bit more clarification on it as well.
Yeah, well, I think we have choices, and the more knowledge and awareness we attain, we get more choices, but they're limited choices, and it's not actual free will. Because free will doesn't mean you pick a choice. Choices mean controlled.
Yeah.
So as long as we're in this body and in this realm, there is no such thing as free will. It's just choices, better choices to make to attain truth and resemblance of free will, but you don't actually get it here.
Yeah, no, you don't get it exactly. It's just. I mean, it's an illusion. Like, I've heard people say even the free will thing is even an illusion, right? I think I heard the Mayans speak about this reality is just an illusion, right? So I mean that brings it back down to the simulation theory. You know, is it really just all an illusion? Is it just to make us think we have free will, but something's really governing it? Everything that we say and every move that we make to some degree. Like even when we sleep, we think, well, some people say they have control of their dreams, but what is control? Sometimes I can't even walk in my dreams. I find myself flying when I want to walk. How much control do I have really?
Yeah, I'd say control. It's hard to say. It's still having control. It still goes back to you just having choices to make, I think. And so if I had absolute free will, I would not be here right now in this moment. I'd be somewhere else.
Yeah.
Somewhere else.
Yeah.
So that proves free will does not exist.
Yeah.
You just have limited choices of what to do now.
Oh, he's back. Hold on, let me get my Rizla.
What's that noise?
Oh, yes.
Okay, the thing is, for free will, how can you know that this life is scripted? There's a bit of an echo. Anyway. Okay, so if you look in your past, right? Everything you did was according to what you knew at the time. Get what I'm saying? So the only free will you have is
Repeat that again.
your
That last
level
bit.
of
Can you
awareness.
repeat that again? Repeat that again. Sorry, my man. Repeat that again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now.
Okay, so if you look in your past, you only did according to what you knew at the time. Like if you look at your childhood, the dumb shit you did, like now that you're older, you ask yourself, why the hell did you do those things? But it's only because you did according to what you knew at the time. So the only free will is your level of awareness, but everything after that is scripted. There is no free will because you act according to what you were given, your circumstances. And your circumstances were given to you at birth.
Yes.
And every choice you made led to another. If that makes sense. But anyway, yeah, no. So
it's kind of funny to think about. So, okay, if you wanted to, let's say, become president, that's impossible. So that right there proves that free will doesn't exist, because you can't become a president. You can't become an NFL player. You can't become. I mean, you can't do all these things that seem attainable, but they're not. I don't know. That's just a funny way to think of it too, I guess.
precisely.
You're dictated by what.
Yeah, what Joshua is saying
environment,
is
your body, your social status, gender, all of these different things imprison you into different choices you're able to make, not free will.
It's absolutely insane. You have no choice at all. But I never understand how people like can judge somebody by how they look before even like getting to know them. It's like, dude, like that's so insane. Like they didn't get to choose how they look. Whatever their parents did that night is gonna be on their face for the rest of their life. Like it's not their fucking fault. Can't do that. So stupid. That's why there's so many people that, you know, that are considered superficially, you know, stereotypically attractive. They don't really care what people they don't really care to like treat people with respect. Not all of them, because like they never had to. Like you just can look conventionally attractive and people praise you no matter what. That's so stupid. Like Jeremy Meeks. Do you remember Jeremy Meeks? That dude was fucking praised after beating the fuck out of a 16-year-old kid, dude, just because of how his face is like symmetrical. That's insane, dude. Writing him love letters. Humanity's insane. They be writing serial killers love letters and shit just because they're like attractive. That's so fucking stupid.
Exactly. I was thinking about this the other day. Okay, so attractiveness only means sexual reproduction, because you can find things beautiful, but you don't want to have sex with it, right?
Yeah.
So when people say, "Oh, you're beautiful," it means that you're pleasing to the eye, because you're more viable to produce offspring with the different symmetry of your face and your body, all these things. Whereas if you looked at, say, a beautiful flower, you're not thinking about anything sexual. Unless you are, which, I mean, whatever.
I'm just laughing because there's some fuckers that would.
But yeah, just like attractiveness and human beauty, the root of that is reproduction. That is a mental shackle on your mind dictating to you to reproduce.
It's gross.
In my opinion. That's why when you
We're
meet...
just going to reproduce.
Yeah, so that's why when you meet people who aren't attractive, but you get to know them, you see the beauty within them. It's a different thing.
Facts.
Okay.
I agree.
But yeah, they want to well, this realm and the way it's designed, it wants you to equate attraction or beauty standards into thinking that's your decision, but really it's your body seeing another body and seeing them a viable option to reproduce at the root of that.
Okay. So that's where it stems from.
So that's manipulation. That's not free will.
True.
Yeah, I mean, even your senses lie to you, you know.
Yeah, what do you think of genetic determinism? Genetic determinism.
So one more time.
Explain what that means, so we know.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll give you an example, right? Most women says, for instance, but men is also guilty of this. because of hypergamy is that when they reject women, for instance, when they reject men, they say things like it's their personality or the way they dress. But subconsciously, the women reject men due to the way they look in their face and their height. If they're not handsome, then it doesn't matter what you do. The woman would not care. They would reject a man based on their looks, So personality don't mean anything when it comes to reproduction or physical attraction to the opposite sex.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying in that. I mean, even if you look on some of these dating shows that used to be around, you know, sometimes certain people don't get picked because the physical attraction is not there from the beginning, you know, and who knows, that person may have been a good catch for them. But to some people, it's all about the appearance right there and then, you know, thinking of their offspring, what's their children going to look like, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly.
And even then, it's still even when they have kids, it's so stupid. Like, even if you get with someone that you consider conventionally attractive, it's still a gamble. You don't know what's gonna come out. Like, you don't know what they're gonna look like. And that's someone's face you're fucking with. Like, that's their whole body.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes even deeper with not just reproduction, but creation itself. So what's considered a good life just means you're able to survive better. That's what it comes down to. So it's all about survival and reproducing. That is manipulation. That's no free will involved with that. Let's say like you have more resources, money, so you can survive better.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing.
Let's just be honest.
Different way of seeing it.
Like Joshua said, it's all about survival. So let's just be honest with ourselves, It's the fact that looks and money, it's which dominates this world. Because human beings, while being in the body, I see the body as a consuming and shitting monster, to be honest. It's got a mouth and an ass. It's all it does. It's an animal. Your body is an animal. So what makes us different from the animal kingdom? We also just want to survive, you know what I'm saying? So the fastest, the strongest, the most beautiful, the one that's got the most power, the money, is the one that's going to survive the longest. The rest will die out.
But it's all for? It's like, this whole game is so stupid. What are we surviving towards? Like, it's like, okay, it's all about like who wins at the end, but then they're still gonna lose. It's just retarded. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, there's no point in it.
It's the best survivalists.
I think these people who have control over this realm, say like the real people behind the actors they portray to us as, you know, our politicians and all this, I think they know more about this reality, and they either don't die or they know how to come back into the right vessel they want to choose. That's why they have all these secret societies and they hoard all this wealth and dominate, control, because it just doesn't make sense if someone just dies after all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's something behind it.
Yeah.
That has more knowledge than we are able to access.
I just want to get out of here. It's like no one knows anything. We're just being forced to be alive, and no one knows shit. People are just all delusional. Just, hey, let's keep working. Yeah. Let's just vote. Maybe 4 years
Keep
later,
being a
things will be
slave.
better. Yeah.
You have to make money, Loon. You have to work.
I'd rather.
You have to earn a living.
It's so stupid. What
You have to
for?
earn
All
a
because
living.
I'm
What
in
the
this
fuck?
body.
What the fuck? Earn a living. What does that mean? Earn a living. For fuck's sake. I mean,
Earn your stay here.
I didn't ask to be born, but yet, for what? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna leave this world. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck do I have to go through all this bullshit for 60, 70, 80 years and then nothing to show for? Turning into an old person and die.
Yeah.
Let's just cut this shit short. Why?
Do you? Our language has a lot of spell casting involved, and to say earn a living, I mean, think about it. An urn is where you place ashes, and where you die. So you're earning a living, which means you're destroying yourself. I don't know. It's just the way that English language has been scripted to say honest truths without directly confronting us. I mean, it's just like days of the week. We're putting this day
Ooh.
for the entire week.
Days of the
And
Olympics.
when you get to
Wow,
the end of the week, you're weakened. You're weakened, so you got to recover. I mean, this is not just like a coincidence. They know what they're doing.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Maybe
Yeah, you're
even
morning.
maybe even the language is a way of manipulation. Hell,
Yeah,
hell
exactly.
yes.
Why is it always a negative connotations? Christopher Citrus
How?
talked about.
Yeah, that's
It's
the
like, why
name of
can't
the
it be
sound.
positive? Why
Exactly.
always hell? Or why can't it be happy? Oh no, it's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, and these people asking you, how are you doing? How are you doing today, sir?
They don't
I'm
even mean
fucking
it.
coping, man. What are you doing? The same.
And then everybody is saying, oh, it goes good, it goes well. Everybody is a carbon copy. That's all I see, carbon
check.
copy shit.
Creepy.
Mic check.
It's creepy.
1 2 1 2.
What was that, London man? What was that?
Can you guys hear me?
You were saying? Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, there's an echo
Okay.
or something going on, but I can hear you.
Cool. Going back to what Ignorance said when he said he didn't ask to be here, right? How do we really know if we was, forced, or it's us, our own doing that brought us here, right? Keeping in mind something seems like it's been hijacked. What if this place was never meant to be at a crazy place? It was meant to be coming to somewhat of a utopia, something nice, and it's in this state now. So you would look at it and say, like, I didn't ask to be here, not knowing it could have possibly been hijacked before we even got here. Like,
Yeah, okay, I've got, I have to say something about that. Is that many people think that this reality, or realm, what do you want to call it, got hijacked. But I don't think this world got hijacked. I think it was evil from the beginning. It was created with a malicious intent, with an agenda. So it was evil from the beginning. And that being said, why would we put ourselves through so much bullshit just to have an experience? Like, God has to experience it through us. But there's no proof of that, because if I look at my life has been a total disaster. There's no way in hell that I would have put myself through the shit I've gone through. And, so I can tell you with absolute confidence that there is no fucking way in hell that I would have chosen this for myself. And I can say the same for other people.
It's
the
sad to
craziest
think
thing.
that we suffer for nothing.
There's like a delay echo somewhere. Do y'all
yeah, I can
Yes.
hear
hear
it?
it somewhere.
When you don't put listeners, we can hear the echo.
Is it me?
I think it's ignorance, please. Is me.
Oh.
Is it you?
Could be me. I don't know if I switch off my mic, is there still an echo?
It's matrix interference.
Oh,
Yes?
Yeah,
Oh.
No?
it may be.
They're watching us. They're watching us.
Always watching.
Fuck on.
and listening.
I
So
was suffering for
then,
nothing. Unbelievable.
how's your job doing?
Oh, I quit a long time ago. I gotta get another job, but I've been not working for so long that it's just like I'd rather not. I'd rather just like where's the euthanasia at? That'd be nice. This is stupid. We're working for no reason. Just working for free, basically. There's no benefit. I'd rather have built my own fucking house at this point. Than kept working so someone could provide it for me and everything else.
Yeah, fucking sucks. But the thing is, they made us dependent on their system. We need money to
Yes.
pay for food and water. What the fuck? I mean, you pay for water. That's how you know this place is stupid as fuck.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
People always say that, well, you can't get free handouts. We're not gonna just clean the water for free. Like, I mean, like, even though it's something we all need. So stupid, man. I don't know. This place is crazy.
Do you all
I just
know
rather I'd
about?
never have been. Better to never have been.
All those
Do you?
necessities should be free. Sorry, go ahead.
And forced to work just to put food in your mouth. Yet cows eat grass for free. Animals live for free. We human beings, dumbasses, created a money system, a system of inequality. I mean, this money system is so fucking dumb. It only benefits the top 1%. Because this is the way it works. If you have money, you make more money.
Yeah.
But if you don't have any money, you'll even be more broke. You'll have even less. Fucking stress. Oh, how am I gonna pay the bills? I need to find a job. Fucking slave job. Who wants to work? Who wants to wake up in the morning, go to some fucking job, a place which they hate, you know, with colleagues that fucking sucks, that's blind, can't see anything wrong with this world, thinking this is just the way it is, you have to earn a living. Why the fuck must I stand in a cubicle for 8 hours on my feet? My legs are fucking sore. I'm pissed. Earning minimum wage just to pay for necessities, just to exist. Fuck that shit, you know what I'm saying?
Every day is a nightmare. Every day is a nightmare here.
Mm-hmm.
Can't believe how many
I
people
just,
accept it. Like every day that
How
passes,
that
I don't see no one
cosmics.
complaining
I,
in the
I
streets
think,
or anything.
I know this is like a little more extreme, but does anyone know where to find some like Nembutal,
Come again?
the euthanasia
Wait, who
drug?
was that? Who was that? Oh, was that cosmics?
Yeah, it's me.
Nimbutal.
Yeah.
Are you planning? Okay, you know that stuff is like very hard to get. It's not legal. Globally, it's not legal.
It's hilarious
Or
how they can
around the
block
world.
that.
Not
It's
that
like,
it's a
who do
globe,
you
but I'm
think
just
you
saying.
are?
It's just crazy. Even if you wanted to check out, you have to go through all this shit.
Like you gotta pay for it. Oh, you wanna leave? You gotta have a terminal illness
Yeah,
and be almost
loopholes.
like ready to die. About ready. Almost there. Finally leave. Crazy. It's like, why do you have to ask people for permission or like go through all these
I
like
mean,
questionnaires and
look at
pay? It's like your life.
the
Like,
US.
The what? UX? What's the UX?
Now look at the US, right? They're
Oh,
supposed to be
US.
the richest country in the world. The USA, America. They're
Uh-huh.
the most supposedly the most powerful country in the world. But they're also dumb because they don't wanna assist people. Because I can guarantee you there are how many people are there? Like 350 million people, isn't it? And at least 30% of those 350 people must be like fucking depressed, you know, hating their lives, you know, wanting out. But the stupid government don't want to assist them because they like fucking religious and pro-life. People that want to die, but we don't allow them. So they're forced to, you know, um,
Survive.
Slave.
yeah, forced
They
to
don't let us
blow their
leave. They're literally
brains out.
they profit off us the most. Like they tax us for being alive, and we're paying to have a roof over our head. We're literally just slaves. We're trapped because of our bodysuits. You know, they wouldn't have any power if we were like ghosts or some shit. You know, didn't have any
Everybody is a
need.
fucking slave.
And
This is a
that's the way
backward
out.
slave species. You know what I mean? A
And how do
backward
they
slave
enslave us? They
species.
enslave us by the body itself. Without the body, you couldn't be a slave because the body is the slave mechanism that
There you
puts all
go.
this into play.
Just said it.
Without the
But
body, you
Exactly.
don't have
consciousness
any
has
needs,
The
you don't
power
have
body.
any
over the
desires.
body.
The body is the key
You see,
chain that keeps you under the control of these captors.
I don't think so.
That's why they always want to keep you alive no matter what. Like you can't even look this up online. They'll be like, "Oh, here's the hotline. Oh, you're trying to leave?" Like,
yeah, suicide hotline.
You trying to leave? Oh, wait. Hold on a second. People love you. They care about you.
Yeah.
Here.
right?
What are you thinking?
What are you thinking?
Trust me.
I mean, that maybe you may have people in your life who care about
They
you. I'm
want to
not saying
keep you
that,
in a
but I'm
body.
saying they are gaslighting you and thinking they care about you, which they don't.
Preach.
Yeah. That's a fact.
Why do they always do that shit? I hate that. They'll be like, "I
After
love you,
my,
I care," but then
everybody
when
is
you
in on
say
it.
they don't care. I don't know. They don't. It's weird.
What, a
It's so
bit like the
weird.
Truman Show.
Yes.
Everybody is in on it. I mean, think about it. Isn't it fucking strange? Nobody asked to be born, yet they are forcing us to live in
Yeah,
these
yeah.
high maintenance bodies.
Mm.
They're
Yeah, I
forcing
guess
us
we
to
do.
live.
Yeah.
And if we want to,
That's
if
what I
we
was
say
saying.
we want out, they tell us we're mentally ill. For fuck's sake, man. We're
Hey,
not mentally ill. This world is fucked up.
ignorance. I was saying
This
that
world is
earlier.
mentally ill. You know?
What you just said, they're forcing us to love, right? I was saying that earlier. It's like we're being suppressed with, our beastie side is being suppressed with all this love and kumbaya stuff.
Kumbaya. Yeah, there's a lot of gaslighting. It is crazy though. You're not ever. It's so crazy. You're not ever supposed to say that you don't like it here. Not ever. No matter what you go through.
Yeah,
Never.
Hey, to this
we are
comment,
being
I'm
oppressed.
not saying people
We are being
are
oppressed.
unempathetic. I'm saying if they actually cared, they would provide free assistance and ways to exit instead of them having to take it into their own hands and cause a brutal scene. I mean, if people want to leave, that's not caring for them, keeping them here in the slave world. I mean, I don't understand how people don't understand this.
I understand.
They
I'm
think
not
that.
saying like they're heartless people. I'm saying they're indoctrinated
I understand as well
and
why they want to
they're
keep you here.
taking. That's not care. Oh
No,
yeah,
they're
we want to keep you here. Go back to your
NPCs.
slave job. Be a slave to your
Yeah,
body
they
and be
bots.
indoctrinated because we care about you. No, that's not care. That's a false version of love, which they feed you.
They've never contemplated death before, so they can't even figure out how we would even want to leave. That's why they'll be like, I used to feel like you at first, but then I got over it. You're gonna get over it. There's no point in you offing yourself because what if when you do that, things would have gotten better for you? You would have had a better life, but you would have never known that if you went through with it. It's just some weird ass rationalization. It's just some weird
Yeah,
rationalization of
if
them to keep
life
you
is
here.
suffering, how is permitting you to leave care? If you made
I
that
don't
choice yourself, I mean, I'm not saying people should do it, but if people are at that level, you're just going to gaslight them and say, "Oh, the world's not so bad." here's why. Here's why. You're wrong. You should make something of yourself here. When that's a lie.
No, you got so much to live for. You can eat pizza. What's it? Vaisan.
Pizza.
We can eat pizza. We can drink beer. We can smoke weed.
Yeah, I think true care would be like, are you sure you want to do this? And then you talk about why they want to do it and make sure they're, they know the consequences of why they're choosing this. And if they still want to do that, then that's care. Here, I'll offer you a peaceful way to go then. But to just gaslight and lie to them and tell them they're wrong and they need to be indoctrinated back into the cult of this world, that is not care.
Evil.
They don't care about us because they bots. They're not real. I don't see them as real people. Literally. They're all fake. I mean, if it was up to me, I would have fucking left long time ago. But at least, staying for the sake of knowledge.
Well,
Because
apparently
we need
they
to
don't
figure
need
out
all of us. Apparently they don't need all of us in their new world. So maybe there's a few selected already. Who knows? Maybe there's a few selected people out there they got their eyes on. I don't know. That's the way they describe in their new world.
This is such a fucked up place. You just suffer for no reason. It's so fucked up. Like, let's just make them suffer because why not? Let's just do it. Create a world of suffering just because. Damn.
Yeah, you see, yes, there's one comment. PK OSB says, if you truly love someone, you'll let them go. That's so true. But the world doesn't want to let us go. They want to let us stay and suffer.
That's it.
It's like, I don't know. It's like they've never contemplated dying, like what that means. Like no one wants to ever think about death, even though it's literally, it's like the elephant in the room. No one talks about it, but it's always just there. It's so crazy. How can you go on through your day and have a good day when you know you're gonna die? And you're like, I don't know what's next, or what it even means. Because every time someone dies, everyone wants to cry about it and be like, oh my god, it's over, they're gone. But it's like, are we all gonna die though? Like,
there's some places that rejoice when people die, like, because they know they're heading somewhere good.
maybe they are.
Yeah,
Here's what I don't get. I don't get why there's a suicide hotline that wants you to live, but there's no there's no peaceful way to do that. And every moment of your life, they're subjecting you with indoctrination, programming, poisons, slavery. But they want to gaslight you, say, "Oh, no, we care about you. Here's this hotline to call." I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying anything bad about these people on the hotlines. All I'm saying is it's a gaslighting method.
I mean, they suck anyways. They don't even want to do their fucking job. They hate it there. It's like, why are they even working for this hotline? They don't even want to be there.
If they weren't getting paid, they probably wouldn't be doing it anyways.
Facts.
So there's that. Like, we're all doing things because we're getting paid for it. That's the truth. I mean, I'm sorry to say that.
Yeah, the only reason why people do the things they do is because they get. Yeah, the only reason why people do the things they do is because they're getting paid. At the end of the day, it's transactional. This world is transactional. Fucking hate this world.
I hated therapy. I never trusted. It's just so weird to be in therapy and they're being paid to. Like, as soon as the time is up, you got to get the hell out. You got to get out.
Yeah, what therapist will say, hey, you know what? Actually, what you're saying is true. And I'm not going to gaslight you about that.
Yeah.
What kind of, like, this is what this is kind of. This is like real therapy, I guess.
Yes,
You know,
it is.
as well, I hate the ways of the world, right? I don't like the ways of the world, but I'm beginning to fall in love with mysteries of the stories, right? Of what is this place? I'm still fascinated about what is this place.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the one good. And that's the only reason to stay. That's basically trying to figure out what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get the
Just-
hell out of here.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, we need to know. It's like, for many people, the only thing stopping them from, going into the year after is basically the fear of the unknown. The fear of the unknown, you know what I mean? That's why we need to know. We can search, trying to get the pieces of the puzzle,
Mm-hmm.
because we are in the matrix. Welcome to the matrix.
Would you
This
like
ain't
to,
evolution.
if I handed you a red pill that the Matrix bullshit to you right now, would you still want the truth or would you go back?
There's no going back for me.
Heck yeah.
No, I won't go back.
What do you mean? Hold on. When you say going back, you mean in which sense?
Like you'd erase everything you know now, you just go back to being an NPC. You probably end up having kids.
Okay. I mean,
Oh, fuck no.
well
No
then,
way.
all right. Check this out, because I like what she said there, right? But let's put it this way: say like if you knew what was going on, right, and in order for you to set people free, you have to come back through this again. Would you do that?
Wait, in order for me to set people free, I have to come back
No.
here?
Yeah.
Like set everybody free, everything. All this would end
Yeah.
if I came back again. What would I have to come back as?
Who you are right now.
I'll
You're
do
the
it again.
sacrifice.
I'd do it.
You are Jesus. Sacrifice yourself.
Hallelujah. Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
You are our savior. Loon is our savior.
Yeah, see, that's a nice
The
hypothetical,
bodhisattva.
No, fuck.
but I would never
No, fuck.
even if someone told me that, I would never believe it because that's just another manipulation to get you back here.
I mean, that's true. That is another. I wouldn't actually do it, but like if I could, if I knew it was the true thing, I would do it. I wouldn't
But
really
that's what
trust
I'm
anything
saying.
afterwards. Like if we
What if it
die,
was the truth? What if you knew the truth, right? You
but there
died.
is no way to actually know. How could you really ever know?
Well, someone must know.
But how could we trust it? Like if someone really did know, how could we trust that they would even allow that for us to save the world like that?
No, forget about them. I'm talking about you. Would you make that sacrifice to come back?
If I knew for sure 100% true that it was for show, then yeah, but there's no way to know.
Okay. I mean, I've asked people before. They're like, no, I ain't coming back. I ain't coming back. It's almost like, when the captain says, no soldier left behind, right? And he goes back and he picks up what he can, right? Would you leave the soldiers behind, or would you keep going, or come back? What would you do?
Shut up.
I mean, hypothetically,
Okay.
I'd say yeah, but it's just hypothetical. I know that's not the truth because I cannot trust anything outside of myself telling me that I can get out of here because that's just, like I said, another manipulation to get you back here to be some kind of Jesus
Yeah.
figure,
Yes.
which nothing ever
Yes.
comes of that.
No, but Grim, he says that he'll come back for cheeseburgers and orgasms.
No, bro.
Yeah.
Praise the Grim Reaper. How's it? No, okay, let's say this, right? If you die tonight. Let's say this. Wow, okay. What a blessing. Okay, and you find yourself in a place with another being, and the being says to you, okay, you don't have to come back, but I want you to go back. However, I'll offer you $1 billion if you do go back. But the catch is that they'll erase your memories, and you'll be born again into this world in a rich
Well,
family?
that's just
Would you do
stupid.
that?
That's just stupid. I mean, what the fuck? I'm not gonna remember.
Yeah,
What's the point? You're
that's
nothing
what
but
they
a
do. Yeah, I mean, you
It's not
don't
even me living.
remember.
It wouldn't even be me living the fucking the redo. It wouldn't even be me. It'd be someone else.
See, that's why I'd rather do my one. I'd come back with all the knowledge that I got. Whether people believe me or not, at least I'll still have knowledge, so I'll make better decisions in life, so I can get where I need to get more quicker, right? Whether people's gonna believe me or not, but they will see the progress that I'm making. It's almost like someone from the future coming back and telling the people.
Yeah, that's interesting. But there's nothing I want in this life. Nothing. I don't want to experience anything this life has to offer me. Money, success, even learning. I mean, I feel like I'm at this level where all of it is just bullshit. All of it. And I want freedom from it.
He wants out the game. He wants completely out.
He wants freedom.
Hell yeah.
Well, the thing is, I don't want
like
to
anything
not,
of this
I don't
life.
want to not exist. I want to exist.
We want out the game.
But I want out of this fucked up place.
Okay, but here's the Joshua. The thing is, right? Non-existence is the true heaven, but that's what atheists believe. But that's actually true. Non-existence is heaven because you don't have to worry about anything. You know, so even if we do get out, we have to make sure that we don't fall into this trap again. You know what I'm saying? We can't allow this place to even exist.
Yeah.
It's a fucking abomination.
I feel you on that.
Just the fact that this place exists baffles my mind.
Yeah, I don't know what the right word is, but I don't want any of this or anything outside of this that is connected to this. If that makes sense.
It makes sense. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, but think about this, right? This world ain't good. Okay, it's actually pretty bad down here, and we all hate it. Okay, at least the people on this panel. So, just the fact that this place exists and it continues to exist, yet no one is coming to our aid. That means it's only us and whoever enslaved us. Get what I'm saying? There's no help coming from outside. It's only us and the ones that enslaved us. So it's up to us to do something about this.
I agree with that.
True.
It's up to
So
us.
what do we do then?
So what we do is
what do we do?
Okay, don't worry. Let me be your Jesus. I'm your savior. I'm Jesus Christ.
You're gonna sacrifice
okay, so when you die,
oh my gosh.
I'm sacrificing myself for you, okay? No, I'm just joking. Okay, so
wow. Holy.
Where's the cross? No, okay, so when you die, right? This is a matrix. So this matrix is being projected from the world beyond, which we cannot see. So that means is the fact that this place is not good. Wherever you go at the time of death can also not possibly be good. They might pretend. That's why it's based on deception. So you have to basically exit twice. You have to find a way not just to exit this world, but you have to exit the world you'll find yourself in when you leave here. That makes sense.
Yes.
This is so
perfect sense.
I feel doomed. I don't know. It's like I just don't know what's going on. Know where to start. Like I wish. Have you guys ever seen the movie Lucy with Scarlett Johansson?
Yeah.
Do you remember the moment when she went? When she saw literally how everything came to be?
Yeah.
It's like she literally went through time. Like I wish
Yeah.
I had the power like that to see everything from a bird's eye view, because like I know that humans have lied about like so much. It's like I don't know what information to trust. I would like to go through time to see it myself. I want to see it. I wish I could fucking see everything. Like this is
Yeah,
the way to know.
that's the thing. These entities have that perspective on everything here, and they will when you cross over. I mean, with near-death experiences, have you ever looked into that? Lynn, you should look into it. They're shown their whole life, everything, and how it affected other people. So it's all being recorded from somewhere that we can't perceive, and it's used to manipulate us.
Yeah, I've heard people say that when they died, it's almost like they're in the viewing room and they can see multiple screens and stuff like that. It's a warm feeling.
I'll look into it.
Yeah, so it's like having a cheat code on the game, and like you get to see everything and see everything plays out and access different characters and what they were going through and their awareness and experiences, and then it's all shoved upon you, and you're like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. I'm such a bad person. All this thing I did to people and this and that, and I want to go back and change this. I can do better this time.
That wouldn't work on me.
No, but see,
Yeah, that's what they do.
Because check this out. You don't even need that, right? Because listen, I said this the other day on my channel, right? The other day, I said, if I could right my wrongs, go back and apologize to all of the young children when I was a child, right? That I said all the bad things to, right? Because it affects people in a certain way, right? Now check this out. My son came back from school the other day and he said something to me what another child said to him, right? But I asked my son, when did he say this to you? He said in the morning. So that means my son, he's only 6. He waited until he got back home to tell me this word, right? And it was pretty rude, right? And I was like, you know what? For someone to say this, right? I can understand adults saying this, but as a child, you know, saying these type of things, it's very hurtful. But we don't actually know when we're a child. But some children, it affects them differently when words have been said to them. You understand? So when my son said it back to me, immediately thought of myself when I was young and all of the naughty things that I said to children when I was young. Right? Did they go back home to their parents and say certain things? So it's like we can just look at our children, right? Because they're like a copy of us. We can learn from our children. Like we would think our children learn from us, right? But we can learn from our children in so many simple ways that we don't even have to, like, you know, tap into anything else. Just watch your children.
Yeah, they're connected in a
London,
different
man.
way than us, but at the same time, look at the child and see the suffering it's going through, and the years ahead of the abuses and atrocities of life, and you'll realize that that was a mistake. And coming back here means you're bringing more children back here in some fucked up, twist up way. Whatever you can learn here, you can learn outside of here. If you want to right your wrongs, why not do it in a realm where there's no deception? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's about knowing. It's about knowing right there and then. I believe it's all about knowing, and you have to know. As soon as you see it right there and then, at least you're aware of something, your mistakes. That's the moment you right your wrongs. It's almost like check mark. You know, like when you used to play a game Sonic and you go past a check mark. You remember that day when you remembered, like when you know, gave acceptance to something. Right? It's about leaving a mark so you remember, okay, that's the day when I leveled up, when I remembered that, when I, you know.
Yeah. So you're saying that you want to come back? Is that I'm just trying to follow your thought process here.
Well, it's not to say if I want to come back, it's if I come back. Because we don't know. But we have to right our wrongs immediately as soon as we know something's wrong. if we recognize it, you can't ignore it. Like I said, my son came back home and said it to me, and I immediately felt away because I remember when I was a child, I used to say certain things. I was a naughty child. I was a twin. I had a good brother, and I was the naughty one.
Yeah.
Right.
London,
So,
man.
And we've all
yes,
fucked
sir.
up, man. Like we've all
Do
done
you,
things
London,
that we're
man.
not proud of,
Mhm.
or
London, man.
because we're in a realm of deception. And
KGV. KJV.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you something.
Mhm.
Do you believe in karma? You do?
Do I say that again? Do I believe in karma? Did you say?
Yes.
Not really.
Do you believe
No.
in karma?
Not that I believe in karma. I just believe in righting my wrongs.
What do you mean? Like if you're right or if you're wrong, but not
Like the thing.
your actions would determine your fate.
Well, yes and no, but I feel like it's more of a knowing, like a higher learning, like a higher mind. Because it wasn't my
Oh,
actions.
okay, but what I
It was
mean is, do you believe that there's
said again.
I think there's a bit of a lag.
Yeah, I think there is.
I think there's a bit of a lag. I don't know what's happening here, but anyway.
I'm not sure. Everything seems fine on my end.
What I mean is, let's say if you do something so-called bad, right? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay. Let's say you do something so-called bad according to like a religious concept, right? Do you believe that later in your life or even in the year after that you'll have to repay your mistakes, so-called mistakes?
If I done something bad, I have to repay my mistakes. I
I
don't.
mean, you pay off your debt. Do you believe in such things?
Well, I believe in if you
Not,
do the I believe in if you do the crime, you do the time. Yeah, in that sense. Is that what you're trying to get at?
yeah, but you see, this for me. If you go deeper, then you realize that this whole life is a scam. So in my books, karma don't exist. It's just a way to gaslight us because there's no free will.
Yeah, I
So
wouldn't.
how can there be karma if there's no free will?
I'm with you on there with the karma thing. I mean, these people are dropping bombs on people every day. You understand? And they're getting the authority from a higher power, saying, "Yep, drop the bombs over there." You know, so I'm pretty sure these people that's in the know-how, they know this karma thing is just an illusion, just like most things. While
Yeah, it is.
while they
It's
do
an
the bad stuff,
illusion.
while they do the bad stuff, we have to do the good stuff, right? And they're telling us, make sure you're good, otherwise karma, right? Like I said, we're here suppressing the goodness, but are we supposed to be bad to some degree? I don't know. But I just know about, if
Yeah,
morally
let me give you another example.
correcting something, if it needs correcting morally and you feel it right there and then, it's a feeling thing at the end of the day, right? If you got to feel something to know it's real.
Yeah, feelings can be deceptive, so you got to be careful, especially if it's high emotions, because it's like high emotions are deceitful. Okay, but here's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's another example to say that free will is an illusion, like karma. So you make choices based on your circumstances, right? How do you make a choice based on your circumstances? Am I right?
You make a choice on
So
what's presented to you. Yeah.
based off of your yes, based off of your circumstances. Exactly. So that being said, the choice is an illusion because your circumstances was given to you. You don't choose your circumstances, but yet you make choices based off of your circumstances, making the choice an illusion. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, we were discussing that earlier. We said this whole thing's an illusion.
Yeah. So, no, there's no karma. So I'm just saying, when you do leave here and there's someone coming to you and say, oh, look what you've done there, you have to go back to amends. You have to amends. You have to pay your debts. So you have to go back. You have to go back into the game. So it's bullshit. They're lying to you. I'm just saying, it's a whole scam. This whole life is a scam.
Yeah,
We didn't choose anything. We didn't choose where we be born. We didn't choose our genetics. What was that?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And this whole thing is a mind fuck. You know, this whole thing is a mind fuck. But you know, I'm here to figure it out.
Yeah, it is. You didn't choose anything. You didn't choose your genetics. You didn't choose your so-called parents. You didn't choose where you would go to school. You didn't even choose your friends. You didn't choose anything. Where it was all scripted. It's all given to you. Your whole life is a fucking scam. So it's like someone else completed your story before you were born. And now you're playing out. It's like almost like being in someone else's dream. Playing this character.
In the creator's mind.
Yeah, no, the creator of this illusion is something outside of ourselves. It's not nothing to do with us. It was imposed upon us. It's an imposition.
So do you feel like this is the only place that's like this, or there's many places like this?
No, there's many places. According to my findings, this is not the only place that exists. Many people cannot see. You see, even in a truther community, right? They look with the physical eyes, but there are people out there, which I've been practicing myself, to look with the mind's eye. You have a mind's eye. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I left the body, okay, so I had an NDE back in 2011.
Okay.
I had cancer and I died in hospital.
Oh shit.
And
Sorry.
I stood outside my body. No, it's fine. They were operating on me and I lost a lot of blood, so I didn't feel a thing. But anyway, I had 360 vision, yet I didn't have any eyes. I was looking through the mind's eye of the spirit, if that makes sense. I know it sounds like kind of crazy or ridiculous, but I wouldn't lie. I've got 360 vision, but I don't have eyes. But yet I can see clearly. How is that possible? You know what I mean? And I don't have a mouth, yet I can communicate clearly via telepathy. We are telepathic. We communicate via our minds. You don't need a mouth. So, yeah, and then I woke up in ICU. And I was like, what the fuck? What just happened? But you see, I was still religious at that time. And I thought it was like a heavenly experience because one of these beings or these entities appeared to me back then as my grandmother. And she said, it's not my time. I have a purpose. I have to go back. And then I woke up in the ICU. And I thought it was my grandmother because I was, like I said, I was religious at the time. But then after all these years, I did my own research and I figured, hold on. Why the hell would my grandmother, which passed a year before, when I had that NDE, you know, why the hell would she send me back to Earth? Fucking slave system. I don't even like this world. Why would she send me back here? You know, and what is the purpose? Because ever since I've just been suffering, going through bullshit and stuff, you know, other sickness and diseases and rejections and loneliness and depression, suicidal thoughts, money issues, job losses, and whatnot. Now I was thinking to myself, everybody talks about hell, heaven and hell. And I was starting to ask myself the question, aren't we already in hell? Fucking slaving, you know what I'm saying? Stressing, worrying, depression, anxiety, can't sleep, diseases of the body. It's fucking ridiculous. That's when I started to realize we already in fucking hell. And that wasn't my grandmother. It was one of these entities. They can shapeshift. In fact, they can show you whatever they want you to see. That's why I said that you can't even trust what you see here, because this world, like I said, is controlled by these entities. You can't even trust what you see, bro. You have to go deep. You know what I'm saying? You have to look through the mind's eye, because even what you see with your physical eyes is a deception.
Yeah.
What do you think, Mary Potter?
I'm agree with you.
So, what's your stance? What's your stance on things?
I cannot elaborate my thoughts. I have no proof, he just thought.
Interesting. Hey Josh, I'm gonna make a move while I got the floor. I'm gonna let myself out. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming on and sharing. It's been great.
Thank you. Likewise, man. Much love to the chat room and the panel. You've been awesome.
Thanks, London man.
No problem. No problem. I'm sure we'll
Keep
do
it
this
well
again.
there. All the way there from UK. UK, mate.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, okay. Where are you lot from? Where are you guys from, if you don't mind me asking?
France.
France. Oui.
Oui, bonjour.
France? Okay, I know where you're from.
I'm from the great US of A.
Bonjour.
Great US of A. Okay.
My
What
name.
state, if you don't mind me asking?
Okay.
Ohio.
Loon. Where are we calling from?
US. Ohio.
Okay, we got 2 US in the building.
US.
What's up? Ignorance is bliss, my man. Where are you from?
My man. I'm from. Okay, actually ironic because Mary Potter, she's from France, alright? My real name is actually France. My real name. Jean-Pierre.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
Jean-Pierre. It's French.
But it's a
Jean-Pierre.
feminine name.
That's my real name. So no, I'm from. Yeah. Is it popular?
Is your name France?
Common. Yeah, it's Jean.
Ah, it's French.
Jean-Pierre.
It's a French name. Jean-Pierre.
Yeah, it's French. Jean-Pierre. Yeah, Jean-Pierre. Yeah.
He's got a crazy delay.
Okay,
Yeah, it's not his
no.
own name, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay.
He's got a
Maybe
crazy delay.
if you like refresh the stream, I don't know.
Or maybe, are you on YouTube by any chance?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you mean? On YouTube?
Yeah, it's the YouTube. 'Cause you know, that's how sometimes the delay is when you're on YouTube instead of the streaming. Sometimes it's a
Or
it happens sometimes. Slip of the finger.
is it only me or is it everybody?
I
We
thought it
hear
was.
your
I think
echo.
it's just you.
Yeah.
Is it just with me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea.
Do you have headphones?
Yes.
If you put it, we cannot hear the echo.
Maybe.
My God, I love this lady's accent. Brilliant. I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, London has left the building. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, London man.
Thank you for talking.
No problem.
Okay, cheers, London man.
Peace out.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, so that
Peace
that
out.
experience you had, Bliss, is amazing. And I recall Loon saying that she's never had supernatural experience. So that is I mean, what I mean by supernatural, I mean out of the ordinary, mundane reality of the so-called life. So there's a perfect example of we're more than this state, so to say.
Yes. I actually had, that was 2011. By the way, is there still an echo? Or can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you clearly, I think. Oh, never mind. Wait. Yeah, kind of. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so that was 2011, right? Then in 2016, while I was sleeping, my body, I went 2 years into the future. My soul, consciousness, spirit, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so yeah, no, I went 2 years into the future and I saw what would happen to my family members. And then I went back into my body and then my body woke up. But I was fully aware, yet my body was sleeping.
So
And I stood in my...
You can go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so when I went 2 years into the future, that was 2016, right? So I saw what would happen in 2018. I went into my dad's office, and I saw him sitting there at the office at the desk, holding his chest with a number, gnashing on his teeth, like he's got like chest pains or something, with the number 58 above his head. And then I went back into my body and my body woke up. So that for number 58, he was 56 at the time. So now I reckon that was what was going to happen 2 years into the future. But just before that ordeal, in the same experience, just before I went into my dad's office, I saw my stepmom in hospital. That she was stuck laying there half dead, like something terribly happened to my stepmom. So and then so after that experience, I didn't tell anyone because I knew no one would believe me. So then 2 years went by, and my dad phoned me and he said that my stepmom had a stroke and she's in hospital. That was back in 2018. And my dad said he almost had a heart attack because of all the shit happening while he was at work. And he had to go to the doctor because he was feeling like having a heart attack. And that's the shit that's when I knew the things I saw. It's like I didn't tell them, but it happened exactly, you know, the way I've witnessed it 2 years before, 2 years prior. But anyway, that wasn't like an ND. That was just like a, I don't know, many people would say like an astral projection, but I don't think it was like astral projection. It was more like it was more like an OBE. OBE. Call me crazy, but you know.
Wow.
Wow.
So what do you make of all that now?
Well, it's yeah. So I was religious at the time, so you know, I didn't know what to make out of it. I thought it was like God, you know, taking my spirit out of my body and showing me these things. But now I realize, like, it was my own, like my, you know, my own soul. You know, so obviously I'm not religious now, but at the time I was. Yeah, it's like I didn't have any control over it. It just happened. So 2011 I died. I came back, and in 2016 I had a out of body experience. So that's how I can tell you that we're not the body. That is, if you are a real soul. So fuck, you know. I know
Yeah.
many people think that I'm crazy or whatnot, but I wouldn't lie. And I know what I saw. And that's when I started doing research and asking the questions and what the fuck is going on here, you know. And then around 2021, I researched the simulation theory and realized that we are kind of like a simulation. And this
So
reality aren't even real. It's not base reality.
it's from your out of body experience that you begin to search from.
Yes.
How old were you?
When I went out of my body.
Yeah. And
Okay,
what was
in
you
2011, so that's 13 years ago.
11? 20? Excuse me. Okay, 30 years ago.
Yeah,
And
no, I was.
and were you religious at that time? Excuse me, if I didn't understand.
Yeah, I was Christian at the time. I was religious, 2011 and 2016.
Okay, because there are. I want to say there are esoteric paths on every religion. So there are also Christians that realize more than the normal Christian we meet on the street. If I want to say, do you all know that there is common point in every religion and spiritual tradition to excuse me for my expression, to attain, to reach God, experiencing God, and it's like to say it's from repeating the name of God, to make it simple. So in the esoteric path of Christianity, for example, there is, in French we say oraison. It's a way of prayer where you concentrate for a certain amount of time, and you end up experiencing realities that you can't explain to yourself, first of all, with your mental state, and to explain with words to other people, and to prove. It's impossible to prove. It can only be experienced. It's the same in Islam, for example. So there is a common point in every religion, which is a path that leads to a certain kind of freedom. But I would say it's still imprisoning in the system of belief of the religion. On the scripted religion we have today, which are still alive because they are either still they have been written, or either they're still practiced in I don't have the word, but all the traditions, paganism, animism, things like that have been lost. So we've lost a certain amount of knowledge to which a reality on other paths that have been replaced by Abrahamic religions for the most. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like you can only know something if you've experienced it, and there's no way for me to prove it to other people. So how can someone believe me if they have not seen it themselves? And religion is just to explain the unexplainable, but it's a lie because it's religion itself is a deception.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's it's the
but there is a certain wisdom in there is certain wisdom in all traditions that can help reach freedom.
What do you mean deception can help freedom?
Because the esoteric tradition help you reach a higher level of consciousness that you were not born with.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's based on your level of awareness. It's impossible to break through. It's almost like we were all born with NPC minds, because our brains acts as a governor for our consciousness.
Yeah, because we're surrounded with a certain ideology.
It'll take a lot for you,
If we don't question it, we go with the mainstream ideology.
Yeah, mainstream belief systems, but I'm not satisfied with those narratives. I'm not satisfied with religion anymore. Because the fact of what I've seen in 2016, I can tell you this is not base reality. Base reality, we don't even know what base reality looks like, but it's there. There there's a base reality out there, but how can we know what something looks like if we have never experienced it? But yet we find ourselves in a fake world. You know, so if this was evolution, how would it be possible for me to go 2 years into the future if we were just apes? Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like religion, New Age, and modern science are all just belief systems pushed by mainstream that people should believe a lie.
Yeah, and beyond the
It's
belief,
almost like,
beyond the belief, the practice of either repeating the name of God, which is the common point, or if you go think above the classical, I don't know how to say, because we all have thoughts, but actually, is it possible to have no thoughts?
to have no doubt. That's what you're asking.
Yes, no thoughts.
Not to doubt.
Thinking.
Oh, no thoughts.
Yeah, thoughts.
Thoughts. What do you mean by having no thoughts?
Having no thoughts. Emptiness.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think it's possible
It's possible.
to have no thoughts.
It's possible. I experience it.
It's only possible. Is it okay? But it's only possible. You see, the way I see it, our consciousness has been split in 3 parts, right? We have our conscious mind, then we have our unconscious mind, and then our subconscious mind. So when you go to sleep, when you sleep, you go into your unconscious mind. It doesn't mean you don't exist. You're just in a different part of your mind. And when you go when you go under general anesthesia, you go into your unconscious mind. It doesn't mean you don't exist. It just means you're in a different part of your mind. That's not so to say the brain, but that's your consciousness. So that's the only time when you don't have, when you go into, like, how can I say, when you don't have thoughts. However,
it's still thoughts.
It's like when you sleep, you dream.
The thoughts are creating the dream. I want to say to all people in
you mean the thoughts create dreams?
Thoughts thoughts create, like the mind creates, thoughts create, like when you're a dream, you want something to happen, you think about it and it happens.
Are you saying that we are creating our own reality?
Yes. By thoughts.
Okay, but like law of attraction. Do you believe in law of attraction?
Yes.
That book, The Secret.
It's not. It's no more
but
a secret.
Law of attraction.
It has never been. Yes, I believe in it, and I experience it when I'm in a dream state.
Yeah, but how come we can't create our own reality while in conscious state?
No,
that just tells you there's something wrong.
No, I don't say we create whether we're conscious or not, but we are not in control of our creation if we don't know it. I hope what I'm saying is interesting, or it's not nonsense for you.
No, it is interesting. I just want to find out where you're coming from.
Because
Because this
I want all people here to be curious about how it is to not have thoughts. I want them to be curious and to maybe go to I'm sorry, I speak so bad. I want you to be curious of this.
Yeah, but I don't. But you say you believe in that your thoughts can create reality. I mean, reality. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I even experience it in a dream state. And as we talked earlier, that it's kind of a dream that we're living right now. We can influence it.
Okay, but if you're dreaming, that's like lucid dreaming when you wake up in a dream.
Yes.
But yeah, but that is dreaming. But what about this reality while in conscious state?
We have to be conscious. We cannot do it unconsciously, of course.
Okay, but do you create your dream?
Yes.
How do you know?
Because I do it when I dream.
Yeah, but are you the creator of your dream? That's what I'm asking.
Well, not always. Again, it depends of our awareness about our dream. But yes, we can create our dream from A to Z. We can even create. We can create anything. We are creators. It's our originated state.
Okay, but if we could have created anything without the power of our minds while still in the body, why are we going through so much suffering?
Because that's not where we are right now. Right now, we are, as we said earlier, in this manipulated world. And as an individual, which question our reality, and with the intention to know the truth and to liberate, as we talked about it earlier. So we are gonna be more aware of what we are existing in, to have control over it, because we are truly the creator of it. And they don't want us to know it, because we could change everything if a group of people become aware of it. They have the power to change the collective fate, their collective fate.
You mean as a collective? How can we change anything if we don't have free will? If we don't have free will, yeah, we can't change anything. We just do what is given to us.
I don't know if we have free will, honestly, but there's a way to get out of here.
You mean you believe that you can get out of here without death of the body?
Sure. It is actually have been erased by modern religion, but it was known by older traditions on in Asian spiritualities, it's still comment on dit, more present than the esoteric path of modern religion. To I don't know what we were talking about. To get out of here before our death, because it's a matter of level of consciousness. We're only suffering and we're only imprisoning because we don't know, because it's ignorance. Ignorance is the cause of every problem.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss. Yeah, the whole world is ignorant. They don't know. But the thing is here, my theory goes that we've been imprisoned and these bodies are limiting us. So it's not that we can do whatever the hell we want, because our consciousness has been dumbed down and the brain acts as a governor for your consciousness. So
I agree, but it can
you
evolve.
can only be free. Yeah, but how can you evolve if you still in the prison? You have to escape the prison first before you can fully utilize your consciousness.
It's like the total reverse. It's reverse of escaping. It's to know exactly the present moment. Like in Buddhism, when you're meditating, you're focusing on what's going on now, right now, the present moment, on practicing on habit. You become more present, so more aware of what is going on inside yourself. On inside ourselves, we're influenced by the external reality, but the reality inside us, when being aware, can be controlled, and then when it's controlled, it influences the external reality. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, we have
It's like the saying,
victims.
what is above is below.
Environment. As above, so below.
Yes, as above, so below.
Yeah, no. I know when I say we can create with our minds or consciousness, but which is not really true at this moment, because you see, we have been imprisoned, and it's difficult to fully use the power of our minds to create, because we have been dumbed down. It's yeah, you can say it's not due to ignorance, it's just what it is. But the people don't know this, and that's due to ignorance.
Okay. And I have finished what I wanted to say, and I'm really glad that I could have said it.
Great. That was very
okay,
interesting.
no problem.
Yeah. Any last words, guys? I have to go soon. Well, thanks for coming on. I appreciate all of you and your opinions and discussions, and everyone in the chat and watching. Thanks for joining. It's been a long stream.
Thank you for talking.
Yeah. It's been almost 5 hours. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But when you're talking about truth, time just flies by, doesn't it? Well, anyways,
So
thanks,
I
guys.
say
girls.
goodbye to all of
Back to
you.
work.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, bye, Mary Potter. Okay, cheers, Joshua.